Chapter 5036. Leaving the wasteland, she had lingering fears. That kind of breathtaking oppression made her reluctant to think about it. Where is there, and why does it exist? She was secretly shocked, because she felt the breath of the giant beast, not weaker than the Wango elders in Xiaoji Mountain. And at the last moment, she saw an unimaginable scene. The giant beast's giant claws drooping from the clouds was actually bound by tens of thousands of chains. Who has such power to imprison it there? Is it the emperor? Thinking of this, Ling was shocked to the extreme, and at the same time he was even more certain that only the emperor had such strength. Will he also be imprisoned by the emperor there? She gritted her teeth and obviously had an answer in her heart, but the answer was too unfair. With the power of Yanxian, if he shakes Dianxian under true Yangxi, should he be exiled and imprisoned? Ling knew that the wind would destroy Muxiu in the forest, and it was precisely because of this that she felt unwilling again. But all this was helpless, she couldn't shake it at all, and even entered the wasteland. Thinking of this, she sighed and returned to Zayajishan. Sister Aya, I actually fell asleep. In the Xiaojie Mountains, shrouded in auspicious clouds, under the fairy tree, Ami lowered his head and said to Nuo, with two small fleshy hands behind him, as if doing something wrong. Ling smiled reluctantly, stretched out her slender palm, and rubbed her head. It's okay, Ami. Don't blame yourself. It's not where you should go. Ami nodded, and then hurriedly said, Sister Ling, did you see Brother Jian when you went there? She smiled bitterly. I have never seen it before. Then Ling told Ami about everything that happened there. Ah, no, is it so scary there? After listening, Ami said in surprise. Ling sighed slightly. Far more terrifying than I said, so it is almost impossible to meet him. What to do then? Brother Jian must not have an accident, otherwise Xiao Dijuan said this. Ami, with an anxious face, paused, and then suddenly looked up at her with hope in his eyes. Yes, little emperor, Brother Yen. Ling wondered, what's the matter with Guan Xiaodi? As if caught a life-saving straw, Ami said, Sister Ling, you don't know that Brother Jian and Xiaodigen are close friends. If Xiaodigen knows that he sees Brother Jian trapped in the wilderness, he will definitely come to help. After listening, Ling was silent. Even though she had practiced enlightenment in Xiaojie Mountain since she was young, she still knew something about the outside world, especially the situation of the 7 emperors under the seat of Jinwuyang. She knows best, because this is the most basic criterion for candidates for heavenly officials. It is rumored that the emperor's son under the seat of Zhenming is the most perverse and violent, and has a withdrawn personality. He never made friends with any immortals, and even regarded his 6 brothers as enemies. Several years ago, Ling watched the son Yen from a distance. He was basically in line with the rumors. He was pale, handsome, and charming, and perverse and violent. He is hostile to all the gods in the heaven. This also caused that even the Wangu elders in the heavenly court retreated and gave courtesy to them. There is even more rumors that when he was a minor, the son Yen would fight with Shan Fuyang to fight, and used a strategy to take down the last heaven in the Daisai domain for Jinwuyang. All these deeds added together, so that the entire Desiu and even all the eternal fairy in the heavenly court, the Day Eternal Fairy, dare not despise this junk emperor, and this is why she was surprised by what she said to Ami. In her opinion, it is absolutely impossible for the emperor's son to have someone close to him, let alone a close friend. And watching Jian Wushuang suffered heavy injuries and being brought to Zayajishan by Uncle Yu alone made her never think of the relationship between the two. After thinking about it again and again, Ling said, Ami, you can't talk nonsense. How could they have a relationship? Seeing that she didn't believe it, Ami said anxiously, Really, I won't lie to your sister Ling. In the heavenly banquet not long ago, Brother Jian came with Brother Yen, and they also got the fairy peach for that banquet together. Linglius' eyebrows trembled, and she finally got the impression that the winner of the fairy peach in the last heavenly feast was indeed the son of the emperor. And she also heard that after Gongzi Yen finally got Xiantao, he divided Xiantao into two and gave the other half to a young man. Combined with Jian Wushuang's horrified performance in the emperor's dojo, Chongling finally believed in Amma's words. But the emperor, would you be willing to take risks to rescue him? Chongling asked with doubts in his words. Ami laughed. Her big eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. Don't worry, sisterling. I can feel that Brother Yen has a different mood with Brother Jian. He will definitely come to save Brother Jian. She hesitated again and finally made up her mind. Then go and see the great emperor? Ami nodded desperately. But candidates for heavenly officials, you can't leave Zayajishan at will. There are not so many, but Sister Aya, Ami will have a way to let you go. Okay. The clouds and smoke will go back and forth, like being in a dreamlike cloud and smoke, above the jade steps, leaning against a figure. He wore a luxurious suit with mountains and rivers painted on it, with a tendency to swallow the sky. Leaning on the jade steps, he is half asleep and half awake, not knowing what the world is moving. In the heavenly hall, the silence can be heard, and there is no aura of eternal immortality. I don't know how long it took. The closed gate of the heavenly hall slowly opened, and then a thin purple robe entered the hall, walking briskly. The thin purple robe quietly came to him and leaned over and said in a low voice, His Royal Highness, there is a fairy who came to see you in 6 days and said that there is something important to discuss with your highness. The figure on the jade steps hasn't even opened his eyes, as if he is still sleeping, and the thin purple robe fixed his posture, waiting for a reply. For a long time, a cold voice sounded. No, if you don't leave, kill it. The thin purple robe nodded and promised, for every order, he will firmly implement, never asking why. He turned around and was about to leave, but after a few steps he stopped again and turned around to add a word. His Royal Highness, that fairy is a Dian Immortal, I can feel from the breath of her body. She should have walked out of Xiaojia Mountain. Am not interested, let her leave. The figure on the jade steps said. There was still only a cold, killing intent in the words. The thin purple robe was silent and finally said again, His Royal Highness, it was little Ami who asked her to come to see you. Above the jade level, he quietly opened his eyes, which contained supreme majesty. Chapter 5037. The fairy cloud surged, and the heavenly hall was solemn and magnificent. This is the first time that Chongling has left Zayajishan in a true sense. While her heart is extremely tense, she is also full of strong curiosity about everything. Especially when she came to the 6-day realm where the Emperor's son was, her curiosity reached its peak because she smelled the destruction of the void. Although this smell of destruction almost disappeared, she was still aware of it. She was curious as to what the 6 heavens realm had experienced before, so much so that it was still full of destruction. Standing in the big, lonely sky, looking at the still closed temple from a distance, Chongling was already a little angry. She was a Dian Immortal at any rate, and she was a first-class existence in the entire Dayside domain today, and she never thought that she would be left outside at the first meeting. Although the interviewer was the son of the Emperor, she still angered her. Just when she was considering whether to turn around and leave, the temple opened, and the thin purple robe flew up to her, taking charge of the lead. Suppressing the unhappiness in his heart, Chongling entered the temple. Yunyan curled up. A slightly sweet, smelly scent wafted in the temple. The first time I smelled it, it made people uncomfortable, but I would be immersed in it before I knew it. Chongling's nose moved slightly, obviously feeling uncomfortable with the smell in the temple. After the thin purple robe led her to the temple, he quickly left and closed the temple door easily. There was a tremor in her heart, and a crisis surged in her heart. Thinking of the perverse and violent Emperor's son, she became nervous. Even if she was Dian Immortal, she had the urge to flee at any time. And just as she was thinking about it, a cold voice sounded. What did you do in 6 days? Accompanied by this sound, a figure dressed in extravagant clothes walked out from the depths of the hall slowly. Changling held his breath and became more nervous. Even after a few Chinese years, she still recognized at a glance the son of the emperor, Sun Yan. Xiaodijin frowned slightly, and his patience was obviously gradually disappearing. Say, what are you going to do in 6 days? After regaining his senses, Changling said nervously, Back to your highness. I think, please save an immortal. Hearing this, he raised his brows slightly, and the corners of his mouth sneered. Do we know each other? Don't you think it is a bit absurd? Changling also consciously asked something wrong, but she still said, Although it is a little absurd, he must be a little important to you, so please help. The little emperor was already out of interest, and immediately turned and waved. I'm not interested. You can leave. Don't let me see you again. Changling was stunned. He didn't expect him to be so cold and uncomfortable. Then the suppressed resentment and unhappiness in her heart made her angrily said, I knew you were so unfeeling. I would never come here to see you if I died. If this is the case, let him die in the wilderness. After speaking the last sentence, she prepared to leave without looking back. At this moment, Xiao Daijin's voice sounded again. What's his name? Although Changling was angry, she still spoke. I only know that there is a sword in his name, and Ami calls him Brother Jian. Above the jade level, the figure in the luxurious clothes trembled suddenly, and then ran down the jade level directly, and came to Changling. Then he stretched out his hands and clasped her arms tightly, and said in a gloomy manner, Sword, is it called Jian Wu Shuang? Answer me. Changling was shocked by the sudden change, but she forgot how to speak. Okay, it seems to be by this name. When he got the answer, the corner of Xiao Daijin's eyes trembled. After he released his palm, he sat down on the jade steps as if exhausted. Seeing the little emperor who had changed too much before and after, Changling was astonished, and at the same time the stone in his heart was settled. She asked, save or not? The desperate little monarch slowly raised his head and looked at her. Are you from Xiaojishan? Tell me about his situation, and don't hide anything. Changling nodded, and then explained clearly the first time he saw Jian Wushuang and a series of things that happened afterwards. This is everything I know. After that, I tried to enter the wasteland to find him, but I failed in the end, so I came to you. She took a deep breath and said, then looked at Xiaodijin sincerely, please also save him. Xiao Dijuan turned his back to her, like a sculpture, motionless. I don't know how long it took before he slowly turned around. A touch of complexity and scrutiny flashed in his eyes. What is your relationship with him? Changling was startled, obviously unaware that his focus could be so strange. This we just met together, and we have seen very few of them. They can only be regarded as ordinary friends. Ordinary friends. Xiaodijin smiled. Ordinary friends would be willing to take risks with their bodies? Will they leave Xiaojishan secretly, fortunately, and ask an emperor who has never seen him for help? Changling was dumb and didn't know how to answer. The little emperor smiled rather than smile, step by step close to the forward. Changling kept backing away, extremely nervous. He slowly leaned over, his eyes revealing a charming charm. Since you are from Xiaojishan, and you are Dian Immortal again, you must be the candidate for the Emperor's heavenly official, right? What are you going to do? Before she knew it, Changling was in front of Shan Haizhu. Of course, I want to do everything. Xiaodijin smiled evilly. My great heaven official has been selected and will never change, but you have a great appetite for me, and I don't want to give up. So I want to ask you, would you like to be an empress? My empress. The thoughts in his mind seemed to explode, Wanjun thunder, and Changling's mind was blank at this moment. She would never have thought that Xiao Dijuan would say such a thing to her when they first met. Ridiculous, it is ridiculous. While she was in a shocked blank, Xiaodijin stretched out her palm and provoked her beautiful jaw. Changling was clear in an instant, and her expression became cold. Facing the frivolous little emperor, she stretched out her hand and pulled it up. But this slap did not fall, and was stopped by Xiao Dijuan raising his hand. He seemed to be smiling, but not smiling, leaning over and whispering, "Don't let your palm print fall on the emperor's body. The consequences are far beyond your ability to bear." Changling hesitated. Since the beginning of her spiritual wisdom, she has been practicing an enlightening in Xiaoji Mountain. Everything is given by the emperor. Naturally, the emperor's order cannot be violated. But right now, as the crown prince, the emperor's son, Sun Yan, did not dare to violate anything that she had done to her. Even if she is Dian Immortal, she dare not go against it. Seeing Changling, who chose to endure silently, Xiao Dijuan raised his eyebrows and smiled, and then leaned over to face her Tanku without any warning. Chapter 5038. Her pupils dilated for an instant, and the corners of her ears were red like a drop of blood that is caused by excessive tension. The blue silks merge, covering up everything that happened. Changling Qingming's spiritual thoughts collapsed in an instant. This kind of impact was too big for her, so that her mind went blank. With an almost arrogant attitude, he shattered all her defenses as well as shame. That kind of sentiment was warm and terrifying, but I didn't know how to resist it. At this moment, the gate of the heavenly hall opened, and the thin purple robe leaned forward to check the situation in the hall. After seeing this scene of spring melting, he consciously retracted his figure and closed the hall door by the way. And Changling finally recovered. A flash of humiliation and resentment flashed in her eyes, and then her teeth lightly opened, biting down like a small beast. Yin Hongshin's blood then spilled, slashing along her sandal mouth, and a bloodline flowed out of the extremely beautiful line of the lower jaw. Xiaodijin opened his eyes, and the supreme cold prestige burst out. Changling stepped back, leaning against Shan Haizhu, looking directly at him with humiliating eyes, without worry or fear at all. The wound on Xiao Daijin's thin lips also healed in an instant. As if nothing had happened before, his eyes returned to the coldness of 1,000 miles away. After sorting out some scattered, extravagant clothes, Xiao Dijuan said in a calm tone, "The thing just now, you should assume nothing happened. If it has passed out, I will kill you." Changling's figure trembled, and the humiliation in her eyes was completely replaced by anger. She sneered, and she didn't even care to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. "If it spreads out, it will cost me my life? It is obviously that you are the first to be frivolous than me, but use this as a threat. Even if you are the son of the emperor, I don't believe that the emperor would be so partial." The little emperor smiled when he heard the words. "It won't be any good for you to spread the sentence. You and I know it. If you want to be my empress, it's a different matter. You dream. Even if I die, I will never be your empress." Changling said angrily. He seemed uninterested in this, and turned and walked towards the depths of the temple. "Are you going to save it?" Changling said anxiously through gritted teeth. "I save him. It's a matter between us. You don't want to take care of it." After he said these last words, his figure sank into the depths of the temple. Changling stomped angrily, wishing to swallow her alive. Damn it, not only is frivolous and lustful, but also so perverse and violent. If anyone becomes his heavenly official in the future, he will never end well. The Tiandian Tianmen reopened, and she didn't want to wait for a moment. She left the Tiandian and waded into Gishan. "His Royal Highness, you shouldn't treat the candidate heavenly official that way. If she goes back to Xiaojishan to say a few words to the emperor, I'm afraid she will." The thin purple robe didn't say more. Little Dijuan said, "Don't worry, she won't say a word, and I did that to her. There is a reason. Also, Wu Shuang came out of the sea of no edge alive, but he should have been imprisoned in the wilderness by the emperor. I am going to help." After hearing these words, the thin purple robe, who was still extremely calm, trembled suddenly, and his muddy eyes couldn't believe it. Master Sword, came back alive from there. Don't tell me this beforehand, especially to those in Xiaogudian. Don't let them know. The thin purple robe nodded and promised, then backed out and walked out of the temple. This time, without letting Chongling wait outside for too long. Xiao Dijuan jumped out of the temple. What surprised her was that he didn't wear the extravagant clothes of Mayo Shenhui this time. Instead, he changed into a plain and flowing uniform, and the long hair is no longer draped, but with a golden strap at random behind him, giving people an indescribable warmth. "Let's go! You are responsible for leading the way!" Xiaodaijin carried his hands on his back, and his voice was icy from 1,000 miles away. Also, don't look directly at me with this kind of eyes. This is an insult to the emperor. Chang Linjianya was about to shatter, and almost exhausted his full strength, gave him a vicious look before rushing out of Dagudian with anger. The two bodies were like two stars and streamers, and they soon sank into the depths of the void. "Are you sure Wu Shuang was imprisoned in the wilderness?" "Not too sure, but it's very possible. I can't look into it in depth. It's too dangerous." On the way, Xiao Dijuan frowned slightly. He just faintly heard about the wasteland, but he was able to confirm that it was indeed the emperor realm of Zhenliang, which was extremely mysterious, and knowing that there are immortals there is almost to the extreme. If Jian Wushuang really walked out of the borderless sea and was spotted by Zhenliang, he would really be imprisoned in the wilderness. The wilderness is mysterious. Wu Yanxian knows what is hidden there. It is a big mystery. But even so, the little emperor still plans to venture into the wilderness alone. The wild world is an unnamed world, and there is no way to find an entrance from the outside world. You can only enter from Xiaojie Mountain, and Zayajishan is a leisure place for Zhenliang and a group of elders, and outsiders may be discovered in an instant. But Xiao Dijuan didn't care about these. He didn't even conceal his breath and entered the Xiaojie Mountain. "Hey, stay back. We're going to save him. Isn't it just a failure to be found before entering?" Chongling was heartbroken and persuaded him in a good voice. Xiaodaijin glanced at her sideways and walked forward on his own. Chongling Yinyao wanted to break, but had no choice but to quickly go to the wasteland. "Here is the wasteland." He was a little surprised. Although he had heard of it, he was still relatively vague about the real place of the wasteland. Chongling nodded, did not say much, and entered first without any hesitation. Seeing this scene, a touch of cryptic complexity flashed deep in Xiao Daijin's eyes, and after a moment of silence he stepped into it. The dead silence of the ancient barren world is the unchanging main color of the barren world. Even years will be barren and meaningless. The mist of gray and black silk threads covered almost the entire wasteland, and the visibility never exceeded 1,000 miles. In it is accompanied by barrenness and death. Attention, there is a giant beast in Yunyan, even me. Looking at Shino, Chongling reminded in a low voice, not even daring to breathe. Xiaodaijin squinted at her again. "Since you are invincible, why do you come in to die?" She was silent for a while, inexplicably feeling that there was some truth. After a while, she reacted and said with embarrassment, "You must take care of it. I don't believe you can be the enemy." He refused to argue, walked alone, and his brows became sharp in an instant. As early as when he entered this place, he noticed a powerful aura that could not be ignored if there was nothing. This kind of breath surpassed imagination, and it was not something Yanxian could contend. But he still moved forward resolutely. Chapter 5039. Chongling pursed her thin lips, wondering whether to leave here or move forward together. At this moment, everything she did had nothing to do with her, but she persisted. She didn't even know how it would benefit her to do these things. But when she thought of Jian Wushuang's amazing talents and the predictable, miserable situation on the Emperor's Dao, she couldn't bear it. Although Chongling firmly believed that the Emperor would not be jealous, Jian Wushuang's original appearance was too terrifying. With the power of cultivating immortals, he could defeat Dian Immortal, which was unprecedented in the past. From the perspective of the Emperor's situation, It was more appropriate to never imprison him or kill him. A stunned Tianjiao, who is unimaginable on the path of practice, should not be so silent and perish. Changling's eyes gradually became firm, and then she moved forward resolutely. Zai Audijin regarded her as nothing and moved forward. "You can't do this. It's easy to be spotted by that big guy," Changling said with some worry. The next moment, the layers of clouds were pulled away, and an eye pupil that was several times larger than the giant sun opened quietly. The pure amber color is like the tranquil Tianhe spring water. The vertical pupil in the center is pitch black to the extreme, fully reflecting the figures of Zai Audijin and Changling. They swallowed their throats at the same time and backed slowly. "Yenxian, this is not a place where you can set foot. Leave quickly and spare you a way of life." In the clouds and smoke, this giant beast issued a warning. Changling's eyes were solemn, and he no longer knew whether the war had retreated. Xiao Dijuan quickly recovered his composure, facing the giant beast, and said in a condensed voice, "I came to this world to look for an immortal. As long as I find it, I leave immediately." As the words fell, clouds of smoke swept across the void. An unimaginable head of beast protruded from the clouds, and only endless majesty remained in the eyes of the giant sun. "No, the huge sound is bursting, and the force can be drained." Zayadijin's face was cold. "What if I insist on entering?" "Then stay here." A dragon-like beast head descended from the sky with infinite might. The distance between the two is even less than 100 feet. He smiled slyly, his eyebrows were sharp. "That seat I will show you today." After he finished speaking, his immeasurable power exploded, shaking the sky and the earth, tearing everything apart in an instant. At the same time, an inch of light appeared, restrained by hundreds of millions of terrifying powers, and went straight to the giant beast's huge eye wheel. "You dare!" The giant beast was furious. It never thought that a fellow like an ant would actually be the first to violent. It was completely furious, and a barren breath gushed out of its nose. The pure to the extreme inch of light, even if it is sharp, it is impossible to blind the eye wheel of the giant beast, and even after it collides with the barren aura, it is broken. As for Xiao Dijuan, what he wanted was this opportunity. He was almost out of shape at the moment when the light burst into bloom, and Changling also reacted at the right time, releasing her own strength with firm eyes. The strength is like a horse, sweeping thousands of thousands, and instantly entangled the head of the giant beast. Court death! The giant beast was furious, and the giant sound erupted like layers of eddy currents. Changling also backed away thousands of feet. The blood in the fairy body was tumbling, but her figure did not stay in the slightest. She swept up again. The endless strength training came out of her hands. She is buying time for Xiao Dijuan. With eyes facing each other, Xiao Dijuan turned around and glanced at her, then swiftly swept into the depths of the wilderness. But the next moment, the chaotic cloud layer suddenly broke open, and a giant claw covering the sky came down. This huge claw covering the sky is really too big, one wide enough to cover 100,000 miles of heaven and earth, directly blocking the path of Little Emperor. Astonished in his heart, the soft sword in his palm pierced the giant claw. But this sword only destroyed hundreds of scales and couldn't shake the giant claws at all. Xiao Dijuan frowned. Knowing that he couldn't shake it hard, he made a decisive decision and ran towards another direction. At the same time, Changling was struggling to resist the offensive of the giant beast head. Although she was already Dian Immortal, facing this Wangu giant beast, it was still difficult to fight. Between the behemoth's breath and breath, it put a lot of pressure on her. She knew that she was the most right to insist on 10 breath time. The stubborn ones have to pay the price. The giant beast made a terrible voice, and the giant sound wrapped Changling with the searing breath. She snorted, and her own strength was blocked at this instant. Then a giant claw bounding nearly 1,000 dark chains came out of the clouds and directly grasped Changling. She instantly felt that the fairy body was about to be shattered, and Yanli was completely blocked by some unknown force. And the giant claws that entangled and bound the chains were constantly gripping. Naughty people, I have repeatedly discouraged you, but you still don't repent. If that's the case, you will fall into my womb. The giant beast said Shin Shin, and then he opened a huge mouth large enough to swallow the 10,000 heavens galaxy. Chongling was desperate, but couldn't control his own destiny at all, and could only fall into that huge mouth. The next moment, but suddenly changed. Thousands of pure, to the extreme strength training broke through the layers of clouds, entangled Chongling's fairy body, and then quickly retracted, at the moment, rescued her from the mouth of the giant beast. Chongling was shocked, and her mind went blank. When she reacted, she realized that it was the Emperor's son, Yin, who had rescued her. How dare you? The giant beast was completely furious, and the giant claw, covered by the chain, came down. Faced with this overwhelming situation, Xiao Dijuan became extremely calm. I stay here. You go to find Jian Wushuang. Remember, if you dare to say a word of nonsense to him, I will kill you. After speaking these last words, he directly pushed Chongling to a distance of 1,000,000 feet. Then he resolutely confronted the behemoth. Covered by the power of the sky, it easily shattered the strength of the little emperor. The giant claws held tightly, and calm completely restrained him, unable to move at all. Ant, how dare you come here? The giant beast said with a deep roar, his pupils like a huge sun reflecting his already red face. Key ants? In front of the seat, you are the ants. Xiaodijin said with difficulty, because of the huge force, a ray of divine blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Colorful divine blood. Okay. At this moment, the giant beast's eyes widened and its vertical pupils contracted. The blood of the Emperor. Do you belong to the blood of the Emperor? Xiao Dijuan looked at him coldly, with contempt and disdain in his eyes. The next moment, the giant beast laughed, and his eyes like a huge sun were all the pleasure of revenge. It's really a pleasure to have the Emperor's lineage to fight the tooth and tooth sacrifices. You must be the Emperor of Zhanmuyang. I want him to taste the pain. Xiao Dijuan was already shocked. He didn't expect this result at all. Chapter 5040. This prisoner dragon is not afraid of his emperor bloodline, but is ready to swallow it. But he was unable to return to heaven at all, and could only watch as he threw himself into a huge mouth. But Xiao Dijuan didn't intend to die with his hands. Almost at the same time, an ultimate stream of light bloomed from his palm. It was a sword, a soft sword that never left. The soft sword carries Wanjun power, like a dazzling inch of light, with introverted, endless charm. Then it shot up and went straight to the beast's eyes. Because this reality was so fast that the whole body was immersed in the behemoth that swallowed the little emperor, and he didn't notice it in time. By the time it noticed it, it was already too late. It is undoubtedly terrifying that the endless trend only gathers a little and then releases it completely. The colorful Yanli burst out instantly, and the soft sword carried the ultimate inch of light and pierced fiercely into the behemoth's eye wheel. At this moment, the giant beast shook the sky and screamed, and even the void was shattered, and its giant claws also loosened. Xiaodijin took this opportunity to escape without any hesitation. The void was cracking, and endless clouds were surging violently. I want your life, the giant beast roared in anger. Its right eye was already dimmed, and at the center of its pupil, a soft sword was firmly embedded in it. An endless stream of light rushed out from the wound. Facing the little emperor who had fled the way, it opened its huge mouth, and a breath of ancient desolation and death gushed out. That is the force of atmospheric transport, which is not carried by any medium. Once it appears, it cannot be avoided, but can only be endured. The little emperor, who rushed in the void, felt that the fairy body instantly blessed a certain strange power, which directly caused the fairy body to shatter and the meridians to shrink. He didn't even have time to urge the last ray of strength. He coughed up a mouthful of divine blood and fell into the void with one head. And at this critical moment, Changling appeared quietly. She directly reached out to support the fallen figure of Xiao Dijuan, and then swept into the depths of the wilderness without looking back. Boom! Void, the earth trembled. Then a shocking scene appeared. The cloud and smoke that diffused the entire void surged violently at this moment, and then disappeared. And when Yunyan completely disappeared, the behemoth hidden in Yunyan completely emerged. Its figure is almost endless, boundless, like a dragon, covered with giant silver-gray scales, almost running through the entire sky of the wilderness. At the same time, a chain of chains was enough to tear the sky, penetrated through its body, and bound it firmly in the sky. This scene was too shocking and too depressing. Looking at the body of the giant beast in the sky, Changling's mood had fallen to the bottom, but she never gave up, carrying Xiao Dijuan on her back, flying across the void. The behemoth that was destroyed was completely mad, no matter the chain that penetrated the body. Its 4 claws moved in unison, and the cover came down. At this moment, the chains that imprisoned the giant beast were all stretched, so that even the void was destroyed. Changling was shocked to the point where the wasteland was shaking. This is the first time she has encountered a major crisis between life and death since she was young. She can hardly make any effective judgments and can only watch the giant claw cover come down. Listen, keep, throw me away, you will run away first. The voice of Kirweijun sounded, and the little emperor reluctantly opened his eyes and said, hearing the familiar voice behind him. Changling calmed down inexplicably. She gritted her teeth and said, Impossible, I won't leave you alone. For a heavenly official, this is the most basic rule. You are just a candidate. Any emperor will want you. Ah, shut up if you don't want to die. If you say more, I will throw you here. Changling's expression calmed down, and she looked back, and the giant claw was already close at hand. With a sudden change in her mind, she turned around resolutely and released all her own powers, making a loud claw. Boom! The sky trembled, and Yanli Huamong splashed. However, this Dian Immortal's full blow even only blocked the giant claw for a moment before it disappeared. Boom! The giant sound is clear, and the giant claw pats Changling fiercely. She suddenly drank a mouthful of blood and was photographed in the void. At this moment, the world is silent. She only felt the moment she fell to the ground, a soft, muffled hum under her body, and then no sound. Lying on her back in the deserted ground, Changling's eyes were empty and the fairy body was shattered, which was not enough to support her actions. Seeing the giant claws getting closer, she sighed and closed her eyes. However, the imaginary disappearance of form and spirit did not appear, not even any pain. Changling slowly opened his eyes, shocked to the extreme, because she discovered that the giant claw did not land, but hovered in the void, and it was difficult to drop an inch. This is because of the chains completely restricting the movements of the behemoth. It was unwilling, furious, and almost shredded the sky, which didn't help. Changling laughed and then passed out. The wilderness is silent. I don't know how long it took. When a slight rustling noise heard in her ears, she was awakened. Then she saw a green cow, a big and strong green cow. Moo! Qing Niu let out a muffled cry, then stared at 2 big watery eyes, tilted his head to look at Changling. She was frightened, and then, as if thinking of something, she hurriedly looked down her body. Only then did she see the figure of Xiao Dijuan, almost completely embedded in the earth. Changling secretly said something was wrong, and hurriedly released Yanli to protect his immortal body. Only then took a breath. How did you get here? A crisp, childish voice sounded at this moment without any warning. Changling looked up, and then noticed that on the broad and sturdy back of Qingniu, there was actually a child wearing a hat on his stomach. He was lying on the back of Qingniu, supporting his head with his hands, and looking at her warmly. With her eyes facing each other, Changling was very nervous. She would never believe that a little boy riding a green bull would appear in this terrible and desolate wasteland. This is too weird to believe. How did you come here? It's dangerous here. On Qing Yo's back, the boy repeated the previous sentence again, still looking at Chongling with warm eyes, waiting for the answer with great patience. Although she was a little at a loss, she quickly calmed down. We came here to find an immortal. After we find it, she will leave immediately and will never stay here. The boy said again, Oh, do you know where the immortal yin is looking for? If you don't know, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find. Chongling was dumb for a while. She was not even sure that Jian Wushuang was imprisoned in the wilderness, let alone to determine the specific location. But she was not eager to speak, but stared at the boy lying on the blue bull. For some reason, she had an instinct this little boy seemed to know something. Chapter 5041. In this wasteland that has been silent for countless years, there is absolutely no possibility that there will be harmless little boys. The emergence of this situation at the moment is even more suspicious. This has to make Chongling more speculation, because it is too far beyond common sense. So she began to think about how to retreat. Seeing her not speaking, the little boy who was lying on the back of Qing Yo suddenly sat up straight, looking at Chongling with jet-black eyes. Are you afraid of me? She continued to be dumb, not knowing how to answer. And right here, a voice that could not suppress the sullenness sounded, Get out of here! Chongling was shocked. Only then did he remember that he was still pressing on Xiao Dijuan and hurriedly got up and backed away. Yes, I'm sorry. She flushed and said in shame. Xiaodigen suddenly sat up, and his eyes shot at her with a killing intent. The next time I will kill you. Chongling knows that he is wrong, and is not easy to argue, only secretly sulking. Then he propped up his figure and stood up hard and reluctantly, almost tottering. Only then did Xiao Dijuan see a boy riding a green bull behind him. He subconsciously touched his waist, but he was surprised that the soft sword of the bodyguard had been left in the eyes of the giant beast long ago. Who are you? Xiaodigen stepped back slowly, staring at the boy on the back of Qingyo. Can't you see this? I am a cattle herd. The little boy said crisply. He was startled. Herding cattle? Herding cattle in this eternally silent wilderness. This is really incredible. Why, don't you believe it? The little boy said again. Little Dijuan, who was cautious and suspicious by nature, didn't say much, but was thinking about how to leave. At this time, Chongling said, I believe, of course I believe, but it's so dangerous here. How have you been safe until now? Hearing the words, the little boy took off the hat from his head. No, there has always been only me and a cow here. We have always been here, so how could it be dangerous? Both Chongling and Xiao Dijuan were slightly startled, and they obviously began to doubt. Just the behemoth of the sky that almost put them to death before can explain that this wilderness can never be simple. But seeing the serious look of the little boy made her wonder again. At this moment, Xiao Dijuan dragged the immortal body that hadn't recovered and left straight away. Seeing this scene, Chongling also subconsciously wanted to keep up, but stopped again a little at a loss. Who are you looking for when you come here? The boy jumped down from the back of the blue cow and landed steadily on the ground, raising his head to look at Chongling sincerely. She hesitated for a moment and finally whispered, Have you ever seen a young man Yenxian here, the kind with very unique charm, unforgettable at a glance? Hearing this, the boy grinned. I have never seen it before. I said that since I have spiritual knowledge, there are only me and a green bull here, and there are no other immortals. Chongling was speechless. She wanted to refute, proving that there was more than Qingyo boy here, but she felt unnecessary. She smiled reluctantly. If this is the case, then I will bother you. I will go and look for it alone. After Chongling finished speaking, he nodded slightly, then moved on. The boy turned his head, looked at the figure going away, and said, I'll look for it with you. Chongling just wanted to decline, but found that Qing Yo had come to her, raising her hair and making a heavy voice, as if urging her to move forward. Moo! She was helpless. But seeing that the Qingyo boy was innocent, she decided to go with her. Wangu Yunyan can't disperse in the vast world. Everything is deserted, occupied by ancient loneliness, and the years have long been meaningless. In it, only lonely companion. Moo! His body was stained with blood, and all his plain white uniforms were soaked. The thin and weak figure was shaky, and it seemed that he could fall down at any time and was not up. However, he was extremely tenacious, and although he was faltering, he still moved forward firmly. Chang Ling followed closely, maintaining a short distance. She wanted to step forward to help, but she was a little afraid. Seeing that firm figure, the inherent impression deep in her heart has quietly changed. At the same time, she also had a lot of doubts in her heart. Xiao Dijuan didn't seem to be as perverse and violent as the rumors from the outside world. While Chang Ling was thinking wildly, he walked unhurriedly toward the depths of the wilderness. There was silence, only the green cow whispered. I don't know how long it took. A tianhe blocked the way forward. The width of the tianhe almost divided the desolate realm into two. The black and opaque tianhe, like a silent void for 10,000 years, is enough to swallow everything. Chang Ling also came to this boundless Tianhe River, her eyes a little dignified. And when she was thinking about how to cross the Tianhe River, Xiao Dijuan soared without hesitation and swept over the Tianhe River. Then the immortal body was far from recovering, and due to his dizziness, after spanning a distance of less than 100 miles, he plunged directly into the Tianhe. There is no splash of water, as if it is directly integrated into it. It is extremely curious. Seeing this scene, Chang Ling's body trembled, and in shock, too late to think, she also swept towards Tianhe. But an even more treacherous scene appeared. While she was almost stepping on the sky above the Tianhe, the immortal body was out of control, and the force in the meridians could not even be used at all. And the Tianhe under her body had an unspeakable and unrejectable suction force that made her unable to cross as a Dian immortal. In an instant, she also stepped into the footsteps of Xiaodijin and fell straight into the Tianhe, without even a trace of splashes. There was a faint sigh from the shore, and the little boy riding on the back of the green cow shook his head, with an old man in his eyes that did not match his appearance. Then, facing the boundless Tianhe, he rode down on a bull. The green cow raised his head and moaned, calm, and then his huge body swam above the water without sinking. It is like a Yi Guzhou moving forward in the Tianhe River. The little boy riding on the back of the green cow seemed to have taken it for granted, driving the green cow under him and slowly crossing. And when they passed the place where they fell, Qingyo had dived and then arched out a coma. The boy reached out and took it, then put Chang Ling, who had passed out, on the back of the cow and continued on. After dozens of breaths, Xiao Daijin's figure was also found, and he was placed on the back of Qingyo, like sitting in a lone boat walking alone. At the end of the Tianhe River, at the end are barren mountains towering straight into the sky, full of desolation and aura. The green cow surfaced and then stood on the shore. The little boy patted its horns, turned around and waved his hand gently, and placed Xiao Dijuan and Chang Ling on the ground. Chapter 5042. Wan Dao, Jianzun, they all drowned in the Tianhe, passed out, and seemed unable to wake up for a short time. Sitting on the back of Qingyo, the little boy stared at them and let out a faint sigh. Then he stretched out his little hand and touched Qingyo's neck. There was a black and silver collar. He took off the collar between Qingyo's neck and then waved to Xiaodijin. The collar shrank in the wind, and when it fell by Xiao Daijin's side, it had become the size of a bracelet, and it was placed between his wrists. After doing all this, the little boy stopped staying, and with his legs clamped into the belly of the cow, he buckled and swam into the Tianhe. Everything returned to death again. I don't know how long it took. Chang Ling, who was lying on her back on the shore, woke up first. Her beautiful eyes were full of lingering panic. When she saw that she had escaped from the danger and went ashore, she let out a sigh of relief. Well, the emperor? At this moment, Xiao Dijuan was lying on her side. His handsome and enchanting face was stained with blood, which added a bit of coldness, loneliness, and weakness. Chang Ling swallowed subconsciously, then stretched out his slender palm, preparing to put him in a comfortable position. But when her palm was about to meet Xiao Dijuan, he suddenly opened his eyes. With her eyes facing each other, Chang Ling's face turned red, and she quickly retracted her palm. No, it's not what you think. Glancing at her coldly, Xiao Dijuan stood up on the ground, and then said in a deep voice, "Recognize your position. You are just a candidate for heavenly official. Don't do anything out of the ordinary." Chang Ling was stunned. Deep in the bottom of her eyes there was humiliation, and the water filled her eyes. No matter what she was, Xiao Dijuan got up and swept directly into the depths of the great barren mountain. The barren hills are silent, standing like a demon god. For some reason, Xiao Dijuan suddenly had a strong and familiar intuition, which could not be said, but it made his heart beat faster. In the dark, he realized that he was getting closer. Barren mountains are full of clouds, and clouds are piled up. He has never been so anxious at this moment. Even if the fairy body is still on the verge of breaking, he will go forward with all his strength. The barren mountains were left behind, but more barren mountains stood in front of them, covering everything. Wushuang! Jian, Wushuang, dash! He simply screamed, his voice circled in the barren mountains. As if sleeping for hundreds of millions of years, the spirits have fallen into the ethereal forever. On the top of the most central mountain, a figure imprisoned by tens of thousands of chains of qi, luck, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were chaotic and dark red, like sleeping endless years, full of desolation and ancient silence. He heard familiar voices and familiar names. Jian, Wushuang this name. Why? I have a familiar feeling. The figure bound by the chain was confused and puzzled. He felt that the divine thoughts in his mind were fragmented, his memories were fragmented, and everything was just vaguely remembered. But the next moment the situation faded away, accompanied by the appearance of a thin body covered in blood. His broken mind memory began to vibrate violently. No, Wushuang! His figure trembled, almost tottering, but stood firmly in the void. His true eyes were all incredible. And Chang Ling, who rushed to the scene later, screamed inwardly when she saw the scene, with incredible eyes. This scene is too shocking and too depressing. On the top of the sacred mountain, nearly 10,000 black gold chains containing supreme luck, hanging from the void, firmly bound a figure. The intertwining of luck and luck caused him to be imprisoned in numerous barren mountains. Wei, Zun Academy, the corners of Xiaodijan's eyes trembled slightly. Then he didn't pause anymore and swept forward directly. However, at the same time, nearly 10,000 chains were blooming at this moment, and they were actually isolating all external forces. Standing outside the barrier, Xiao Dijuan slammed into the barrier with heavy fists, trying to break it open. Jian Wushuang, who was trapped by the chain of qi luck, also looked at him again and asked, "Who are you?" His figure was shocked, and only unbelievable remained in his eyes. Don't you remember me?" A painful blankness flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and the divine mind memory in his mind had become fragmented during that battle. Therefore, although he still retains his memory, it has become fragmented and cannot be connected together at all. Facing Xiaodijan, he only had an impression, but he couldn't recognize it at all. "You are my old friend." The corner of Xiaodijan's eyes trembled, and a touch of sadness flashed in his eyes. "Why don't you remember me?" Chang Ling also came to the enchantment, looking at Jian Wushuang, who was imprisoned by countless chains. She also thought of the one in the emperor's dojo, who frustrated King Shan's Jian Wushuang. The two are in a miserable situation in comparison. Only shock and sadness remained in her eyes. Jian Wushuang stopped talking. His chaotic and dark red real eyes slowly closed. The chain of luck that bound him was made up of Emperor Qian Avenue, and it was impossible to break it. Outside the barrier, the little emperor, who was less than 10 steps away from him, His eyes gradually became firm. "I'll take you away." He only said the sentence, and then tried his best to smash the barrier. Chang Pei's soft sword has been lost, and he simply turned his palm into a fist and smashed it with one punch. But with the power of cultivating immortals, how could it be possible to destroy the Emperor's luck? Divine blood splashed, and his palm had already been broken in this bombardment after another. And Changling couldn't bear to watch any longer, and wanted to bombard the enchantment together. "Get away!" Xiaodigen screamed in anger, and only Cold Eyes looked at her. She clenched her silver teeth and finally backed away sadly. Drinking back Changling, he continued to bombard the enchantment, as if he didn't know the pain and was tireless. But his power before the Emperor's luck was so insignificant that he didn't even leave a trace. "Give it up, you can't break it," Jian Wushuang said slowly, without waves in his eyes. Boom! The last punch fell. The fist bones were directly broken. The fairy bone stubble broke through the skin, and the hideousness was exposed. The spirit is dripping with blood, spilling into the void. Xiaodigen's entire right fist was shattered. Calm, but his face was expressionless. The blood of the gods gurgled along the palm of his hand, and then quietly gathered in his wrist. In an instant, the black and silver bracelet bloomed with warmth and radiance, and the dusty lines on it were soaked by the blood of God, thus lighting up. That pattern, like a barren mountain with a sea of clouds and a sea of sudden waves, is magnificent and cannot be looked at directly. Infiltrated by the blood of Xiaodigen, the lines were completely unsealed, and the entire black and silver bracelet turned dark red. Then it detached from the wrist and soared into the void. The inexhaustible strands of dazzling, like the purest and ultimate tassels, spilled over the top of the sacred mountain. It seems that the ancient big bell is ringing from the 4 fields, and the loud sound is heavy, so that the spirit is clear. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 5043. Wan Dao Jian Zun, the bracelets of introverted barren mountains and seas cast endless, gorgeous charm. At this moment, the enchantment condensed by the Emperor's luck was shattered and then collapsed. As the enchantment collapsed, nearly 10,000 chains of Qi luck were trembling. Jian Wushuang raised his head, his dark red true eyes staring at the mysterious bracelet in the void above his head. He could feel that the chains of the Emperor that bound him began to loosen. Xiao Dijuan never stepped back. Watching this scene nervously, he also had an intuition that all restrictions were dissipating. Wow! As the sea rolls up, the waves recede. All the chains of luck are trembling and vibrating. Next, all the chains were broken. The void trembled and the mountains shook. And at the same time that all the chains of Qi luck shattered, the bracelet hovering in the void began to shrink rapidly and shrank and landed in front of Jian Wushuang. As before, the bracelet was directly placed between his wrists. The world was silent, and an unprecedented surging air flow erupted from Jian Wushuang's body. That is Emperor luck. It belongs to Emperor Zenwis Broken and Sleeping Luck. A dash, he exhaled in pain, and the entire fairy body was once again covered by the terrifying Emperor's luck. Under the impact of this air luck, Xiao Dijuan and Changling were directly shaken back, unable to get close at all. The entire dim and barren wasteland was illuminated. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was in pain, and the pain was extreme. He felt the immortal body shattered inch by inch and was reshaping extremely quickly. In his round pupils, the dark red chaos and clear light were constantly alternating, and the fragmented divine thoughts were also difficult to reshape. This process is destined to be painful and long. Jian Wushuang stumbled. The bright fairy body was out of control and slammed into the sacred mountain. Boom! The general situation erupted, and the barren mountains were crushed and collapsed. The wasteland was trembling and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Wiping off the blood from the corner of his mouth, Xiao Dijuan swept forward. Chang Ling gritted his teeth and followed immediately. among the broken barren hills. He saw Jian Wushuang lying in the gravel. He rushed over, shaking his body, and then reached out to help him up. Although the generative power was exhausted, Xiao Dijuan released the generative power to repair Jian Wushuang's broken fairy body. After 10 breaths, he slowly opened his eyes. The chaos in his eyes was no longer, and Qing Ming was replaced. Little Emperor? Why are you here? Little Emperor smiled tiredly. Pick you away. Jian Wushuang wanted to say something, but he was already at the end of the crossbow, and he passed out directly. Get a good night's sleep. Everything is over after you sleep. Then Xiao Dijuan bowed his back and left the barren mountain. Chang Ling stood still, staring at the disappearing figure in a daze. For fields are full of broken rocks, surrounded by endless loneliness. Tinya said the long wind is gentle and the force flows. The boundless breeze blew up her long hair and clothes, drifting leisurely. How long have I been away? Already more than 15,000 years. For a long time. Soon, I thought you would never come back if you left. This time, come back and stay longer. The conversation stopped there, and there was no response. Xiao Dijuan turned his head and looked at Jian Wushuang, who had fallen asleep again, and smiled helplessly. In a long pavilion covered with fairy grass, Wei Liujia with moist eyes is sitting in the pavilion, holding a star in his hand, closing his eyes and thinking. In front of him, there was a trigram image of hundreds of stars circulating on the basis of the void. He is constantly deducing. Every hundreds of breaths, he opened his eyes and placed the stars in his hands in the hexagrams on the chessboard. This has been going back and forth for thousands of years. And beside Wei Liujia, there was a big man who looked like a mountain, snoring loudly. This big man was Feng Shan. Wei Liujia completely regarded him as nothing, but he concentrated on deducing the chessboard hexagrams. He has deduced for thousands of years, but still can't feel where that breath is now, and as the years go by, that breath has become weaker and may even disappear at any time. This was not a good sign, but Wei Liujia didn't believe it. He still deduced it over and over again. Even though the hexagrams were different every time, he still never gave up. But this time, a gleam of doubt flashed in his opened eyes. Because at this moment, all the stars in the Xinglua chessboard in front of Wei Liujia were slowly moving, and they began to inject weak energy into the most central strand of divine energy. Feng Shan, the hexagram image, seems to have changed. Feng Shan groaned, then changed his posture and fell asleep, completely ignoring Wei Liujia, who was already shocked to the extreme. Snapped. The stars at his fingertips fell, and everything returned. In the ethereal space of the fairy clouds, the huge hall built on the foundation of a whole heaven is extremely magnificent, and accompanied by a Wei Yanxian gathering here, there is a tendency for thousands of immortals to come to the dynasty. Beneath the clouds and the clouds, the 4 characters eternally unparalleled clearly stated that this is an auction house, a well-known auction house in thousands of domains. Here, it is enough to see the most treasures that Yanxian all coveted, and even there are exquisite pills that cannot be exchanged for all the resources of the universe. Every 500 years, Wangu Wushuang will open it once, and every time it opens, it will set off a storm, and even a superb pill will be involved in a battle of more than 10 heavens. Every time Wangu Wushuang is opened, it is also equivalent to the revelation of great opportunity, except for the exquisite pill that the Lord of the Sky can only look up to. There are countless rare treasures flowing out. This is a great opportunity for every Xianxian, and even the eternal unparalleled auction house has developed so far. It is considered a privilege to be invited to the Xianxian. Among them, there is no lack of the Lord of the Heavens who came personally to get a glimpse of the exquisite pill. Wangu Wushuang Auction House has grown into a giant with complex foundation after nearly 20,000 years of development. At one time, many Tianyu coveted the supreme treasure in Eternal Warriors and tried to forcibly win the treasure. But overnight, they all disappeared together with all the creatures in the heavens, disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated. After the disappearance of nearly 20 heavenly domains that tried to destroy the eternal unparalleled, all the heavenly domains fell silent, and no one dared to pay attention to them. The masters of the heavens on each side are the immortals who have lived for endless years. Although they don't know the details of this auction house, they are no longer arrogant. Because just from the appearance, it is the three deep-powered immortals who control the eternal unparalleled, and it is rumored that one of these three immortals is about to break through the dying immortal. Chapter 5044. Wan Dao Jianzun. Although there are only 3 evangelists with only the strength on the bright side, all the masters of heaven with a clear mind would never think so. Because all the heavenly masters who were not clear about their brains and wanted to swallow this colossal behemoth had long since disappeared without a trace in the past 20,000 years. No one Yenxian knows that after 20,000 years of development, the hidden strength of the Wangu Wushuang auction house will be so intertwined. Because from the point of view of the behavior style that destroyed several celestial planes in one night, it was already a behemoth that surpassed ordinary celestial planes. In 20,000 years, no Yenxian, or even the Lord of Heaven, dared to challenge it. After all, auction houses like this are the most unbreakable reason for bidding the treasure. With the passage of time, Wangu Wushuang auction house has gradually changed from accepting transactions of celestial crystals to only accepting transactions of black mountain crystals. And the final finale of the Emperor Pin Pill, the Heishan spar needed, was only low in price and reached an incredible level. Even if it is the master of the heaven who controls 3 or 5 heavenly planes, all the resources of his heaven will not necessarily be exchanged for an emperor-grade pill. Therefore, except for the first time, there were only a handful of D-pin pills that flowed out of the auction house in 20,000 years. This is also the reason why some heavenly masters are willing to attack the auction house desperately, because they can afford it. But fortunately, in addition to trading with Black Mountain Spar, the Wangu Wushuang auction house also supports bartering, and even the most precious treasure. And this is why a lot of Yenxian can't get a huge amount of Heishan Spar, but they still want to enter the auction house because they hold the treasure. They can exchange it for the treasure of the same value. This is a feast to chance. At the beginning of another 500 years, Wangu Wushuang auction house has already opened. It opened the gates of the temple widely, and invited immortals came one after another, and many of them had the Lord of Heaven personally come, just to get a glimpse of the exquisite pill that only the eternal unparalleled had. The gate of the palace opens, and the eternal fairy comes. The auction house, established on the basis of the entire Tianyu, has gone through several changes, and it has long been magnificent to the extreme, enough to accommodate hundreds of thousands of top repairers and immortals sitting together. The heavenly palace is almost made of all kinds of precious jade and warm jade. It is magnificent from the original 3-story to 5-story with strict order. The Yenxian and Dingxiu of the ordinary sects are located on the first floor, and some hidden sects, or the large sects that control a lot of heaven, are divided into the second floor. As for the upper level, there are the masters of the heavens, the masters of the heavens, and the masters of the heavens who have had several or even dozens of transactions. Only the highest layer is in a dusty state. No Yenxian knows whose position it belongs to, and few Yanxians care about it. They come here just to get a treasure. Under the guidance of a row of maids, a total of thousands of Yenxian have entered the Eternal Warriors auction house, waiting to be opened. As the atmosphere in the hall gradually warmed up, a spring breeze softened the jade, and the beautiful fairy with outstanding posture appeared, and finally stood in the center of the hall. The candidate fairy who was abducted from Tianting by Qin Qing earlier, named Qingling, has been presided over at the Wangu Wushuang auction house for nearly 20,000 years, and has become an indispensable scenery. With her appearance, the auction officially began. My elders, it is the beginning of another 500 years with a new look. There are 40 items in the Eternal Warriors auction this time, of which they must be. Along with the crisp sound resounding in the temple, all the Yenxian who took the seat became concentrated and listened quietly. And in the space around the third floor, It was faintly flooded with undercurrents. "Is there any confirmation?" A more refined and easygoing voice sounded in the dim space. Immediately afterwards, a figure was hidden to the extreme, like a lingering black shadow, bowed and said in a low voice, "There is certain news. There are indeed 2 pills containing that kind of luck at the finale of the lot. Only, just what? It's just that these 2 pills have already been booked by Gu Haiching. Scheduled? Do they have this strength?" The elegant and easygoing voice was cold and disdainful. "You need to know which one, but ask for a whole Black Mountain spar. Even if their background is too deep, they can come up with this. More things?" Hearing this, the black shadow said in a low voice, "My son, have you forgotten that 10,000 years ago, when 10 masters of heaven tried to destroy the Eternal Warriors auction house, the old guys in Guhai City secretly helped and protected this place?" An elegant and easygoing voice sounded again. "Oh, I have forgotten this, but with the help of one shot that 10,000 years ago, I am afraid it is not enough to take 2 pills. The black shadow whispered, "I'm afraid it's already a certainty the sun. The sun of the ancient sea city I was watching before is already a winner, and I am determined to win. I am afraid this time." "Okay, stop talking." The voice changed from lazy and refined and became a little cold and decisive. After that, he slowly got up, the gold, blue, and silver paintings intertwined on his costume, which was indescribably deep and magnificent. There is a surging force surging around. Under the warm and lunar-like light, he is quite decent and handsome. Before the final result is settled, everything is false. I really want to see what he is capable of in the ancient seas and can swallow 2 pills. At the same time, in the same space on the 3rd floor, a figure of the same magnificent figure is sitting on a jade chair, with its head propped on its palm, looking boredly at auction after auction. As we all know, in fact, the auctions of Wangu Wushuan Auction House are relatively boring, because the unsold rate of each piece of treasure is extremely high. After almost one auction, Ka might not even sell even 10 treasures. And even if it is the most treasured auction, there is a high probability of bartering for it, because the price of the treasure here has reached an incredible level, and it can only be traded with Black Mountain spar. You should know that the Black Mountain spar, which contains abundant derivation and even weak luck, is too extravagant to be used as currency. However, the only designated currency of Wangu Wushuan Auction House is Heishan spar, which has led to the extremely high rate of auctions of the treasures, and the reason why the form of bartering has become more popular. This situation has not changed since 10,000 years ago. Therefore, all kinds of reasons are added to everything, which led to the most boring auction in the Wangu Wushuan Auction House. Chapter 5045. Wan Dao Jianzun as the most prestigious young man in ancient sea city. He was naturally not interested in such a complicated auction. But he came anyway, not for anything else, just to meet the real guy. He had already heard that in the entire vast expanse of the Great Division, there were only ways to make the immortal feel, and even break through the shackles, only the exquisite pill in the eternal unparalleled auction house. Regarding this exquisite pill, all the gods know very little or even know nothing, but judging from the pill that spread tens of thousands of years ago, it is terrible. The Tianyus who first received this kind of pill have even been rumored that the shackles that broke through Yenxian are beginning to loosen. This undoubtedly adds to the madness of the rest of the universe and even the immortal. They have endless life, but they have to endure the cage that cannot break through their own shackles, which is undoubtedly cruel. But now, this upward path has a way again. Although it is still an extravagant hope, all the immortals are trying to give it a try. The final auction is the heart of all the gods and even the masters of the heavens. At this moment, the young man from Guhai City didn't have the slightest worry, as if the result was doomed and the winning ticket was in hand. What he has to do now is go through a cutscene. 40 pieces of the most treasured lot. As the unsold rate is close to 90%, the progress is extremely fast. Often after Qingling has introduced a treasure, she will continue to introduce the next treasure like a rush. At this rate, the 40 treasures can be introduced without consuming at most 10 hours. As time passed, all the first 20 treasures were sold, and the real finale wait has just begun. In the next period of time, Yan Xian finally made a bid. After nearly 20,000 years of precipitation, the vast quantity and high quality of the treasures in the Wangu Wuxuan auction house have reached an unprecedented level. There are rumors that Wangu Wuxuan auction house is already the richest existence in the entire big division. Looking at the most mysterious treasures, one by one, this made the masters of all heavens begin to hold their breath and become nervous. Finally, the treasure came to the 38th story. It is a foreboding that the whole temple is silent and the undercurrent is surging. The finale has always been the exquisite pill that is only available in the Wuxuan auction house. And the 39th treasure, it heralds the climax. At this moment, all the powerhouses on the 3rd floor all got up and looked at the center of the hall. Even young Master Gu Haiqing, who had been sitting on the jade chair for a long time, suddenly stood up, looking down nervously between his brows. Qingling smiled slightly, and between her slender palms, a black box of shamwood appeared. And with the appearance of this black box of mellow wood, with Qingling as the center, a strong medicinal effect instantly swept the entire temple. This is a strange fragrance. My lords, this is the 39th lot. It is a Songlian Dan and contains majestic luck. If you accept it, you will surely break through the shackles and become the emperor within 10,000 years. And if you accept it, you will realize that you can break through the shackles of the day and make a breakthrough. This Songlian Dan has an initial price of 600 million Heishan spar. Qingling smiled, and after saying these last words, waved to open the black box. In an instant, the supreme colorful brilliance burst out, and they were connected to each other to form a rainbow shadow, which swayed and enveloped the entire temple. The pill in the box is in the color of transparent glaze, which is introverted and has great luck circulating in it. Seeing this scene, all the immortals were moved. Even the Lord of Heaven could not take it lightly. This Songlian pill was too terrifying, basically equivalent to a guarantee for a fairy, and the upper limit broke through the day. Read novels every day. The base price of 600 million Black Mountain spar is enough to explain the terrible pill. Chang Yangxian's face was sad. They had already lost the bidding qualifications. Such a terrible reserve price, even in the history of Wangu Wuxuan auction house, is extremely rare. I'm afraid that even the lord of the ordinary heavenly territory can't come up with so many Black Mountain spars. In the Temple of Heaven, there was a brief, dead silence. But this dead silence only lasted for a few interest periods before it was broken by a bid. 600 million. There was an uproar all around. All the immortals were shocked, and then all looked at the place where the sound was made. There was the 3rd layer, surrounded by a vast layer of power barrier, extremely secretive. The bidding sound is full of breath, full of the general trend of the superior. Almost at the same time, another low bid sounded. 610 million. The bidding has not gone down yet, and a lazy and elegant voice has completely kicked off the bidding. 600 million, 50 million. The Temple of Heaven was noisy in a low voice, 650 million Black Mountain spar. This was an unimaginable number, almost piled up into a hill, but it was understated as a bargaining chip right now. 700 million. The puffy voice shocked the audience again. Qingling, who was holding the black box of mellow wood, was also completely shocked. She knew very clearly that the reason why the pill had such a high reserve price was to prevent competing offers. But she never expected that such an incredible price would start competing for quotations. 710 million. 730 million. 800 million. The smile on Qingling's face was already stiff, and the situation began to a little bit beyond her imagination. Immediately afterwards, her gaze was more secret. She looked at the most central space on the third floor. Damn it, who is this against us? The young man who came from Geheiching's expression was already dignified and cold. Behind him are 10 Yanxian followers. Then an old man took a step forward and said, "My son, he is from Shengzhenzong." "Shangjuanzong? Just rely on them, dare to bid?" He was already on the verge of anger. You know, the ancient sea city encompassing 13 heavens and 600 million Heishan spars are already the limit. At the moment, the price of 800 million yuan has exceeded too much, so that the Gu Haiqing son who had the winning ticket felt worried and tremendous pressure. If such an offer continues, he absolutely cannot bear it. "My son, if you continue to report, I'm afraid the foundation of our universe will be shaken." The elder Yanxian behind him was already a little anxious to persuade. "In that case, let this pill be out." He shook his head and said, his eyes full of sullenness. Next, Sechitsong Liandan was finally photographed at a price of 800 million yuan. A look of helplessness flashed through the depths of Qing Ling's eyes. You must know that this Emperor Pin pill should belong to Geheiching Tianyu. But everything changed, and the Emperor Pin pill was finally photographed by the owner of that energetic voice. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 5049. Unbelievable quote. And you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Sword Sovereign of 10,000 Ways, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 5046. Wan, Dao, Jian, Zun, 39 treasures have passed, and in the end only one treasure remains. And this last treasure is also a Tsang Liandan. Qing Ling held it in her palm, and even before she could quote the reserve price, she was immediately preempted by a lazy and elegant voice. 7 billion. The Temple of Heaven was in a complete uproar, and all the immortals, and even the Lord of the Heavenly Territory, stared at the third layer of space, directly higher than the reserve price by 100 million. This is equivalent to telling the rest of Yanxian in disguise that this last Song Lian pill is bound to be obtained. Qing Ling's expression became tense. She knew that the quoter was not Gu Haicheng, but Shang Juanzong. Boom! In the space that belonged to the visitors from ancient Sea City, the young man was furious and directly smashed the jade chair beside him. "Is Shang Juanzong looking for death? Master, we can't give up this last pill." Elder Yanxian said nervously. "You don't need to remind." He shouted in a deep voice and then offered an offer, 750 million. Then the lazy and elegant sounded again. 800 million. The Eternal Warrior Auction House was dead, and all the gods, and even the masters of the heavens, looked towards the third layer of space. This is just one round of quotation, which directly exceeds the price of the last pill. But this is not the end, but the beginning. 830 million, 850 million, 880 million, 900 million. The hall was completely silent, and all Yanxian showed an unspeakable expression after hearing this number. The price of 900 million has completely exceeded the transaction price of the last Emperor Pin pill by 100 million. 100 million Heishan spar is enough to be used for hundreds of millions of years, even longer. This is beyond imagination. At this moment, the space of the visitors from ancient Sea City was completely agitated. It was the son who was holding the winning ticket, but he was firmly suppressed by this price. At the 13th horizon of ancient Sea City, the Heishan spar that can be mobilized is only 800 million at most, but the price of this Emperor Pin pill has already far exceeded 800 million, reaching as much as 900 million. Although the son was angry, everything was helpless. His chest rises and falls, his eyes can't hide his loss. And at this moment, the Yanli enchantment swayed in layers, and then a maid stepped into the space. She gave a slight salute and said softly, "Master Chui has something to say. You just need to quote, no matter how high the price. In the end, this pill belongs to your ancient sea city." The son of Gu Haiqing was shocked. His expression changed from the initial anger to relief. Then the elder Yenxian next to him folded his hands and said, "In this way, Lord Laotrai has bothered, and I am grateful for the 13 heavens in ancient sea city." The maid nodded and walked away. The son was relieved, looked at the expression in the center of the hall, and returned to the state of holding the winning ticket. Billions. The hall turned from dead silence to noisy, and they were all shocked. 1 billion bids. This has broken the 20,000-year transaction price of Wangu Wushuan Auction House. And this is not the end. Huaheng College, just when all Yenxian thought that the final transaction price was 1 billion, the space that had been silent for a long time quoted the price again. 1 billion. The immortals can no longer express their expressions. They can't imagine the one. 1 billion black mountain spar. 2 billion. The crisp and neat quotation, once again, hit the minds of the immortals. "My son, you can't make any more prices. The price that the sect can bear is 2 billion, and we can no longer bid." In the third layer of space, the shadow whispered, anxious in his words. Standing with his hands in his hands, the young man dressed in gold, blue, and silver painted Chinese clothes slowly closed his eyes. 2 billion, 2 billion, that's 2 billion. You said, "Can they get so many black mountain spars?" Hearing this, the black shadow whispered, "Go back to the sun. Let's give them the pills for the time being this time. Let's come again in 500 years. By then, we only need half the price to get one." But am not reconciled. The young man sighed. In the middle of the hall, Qing Ling breathed a sigh of relief without any trace. The last time he bid 2 billion, it was from Geheiqing. This also means that her goal has been achieved. If this is the case, then this last Song Liandan was held by the 13th heaven domain of Guhai City. Without finishing a sentence, ripples suddenly appeared on the 3rd floor. Then the enchantment retreated, and more than 10 Yangxians of Shang Juanzong stepped down into the air and came to the center of the hall. Seeing this, Qing Ling hurriedly put away the black box of wood in her heart, stepped back and looked at the visitor vigilantly. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen Yangxians from Guhai City also swiftly walked through the air, standing on the opposite side of Shang Juanzong. With his eyes facing each other, young Master Gu Haiqing said coldly, "Why, the bidding is not successful. Do you want to grab it?" The young son of Shang Juanzong smiled slightly when he heard the words. No, you have misunderstood this. I'm here just to verify one thing." After he finished speaking, he looked at Qingling. "Girl Qingling, I want to verify something." "Of course it can." Although Qingling was a little confused, she nodded. "The thing I want to verify is whether his ancient sea city can take out 2 billion black mountain spar. If it can't, what should he do?" As soon as this word came out, the hall became noisy again. All the elders of Guhai City changed their expressions and became nervous. In this auction, the black mountain spar they brought was only 800 million, and it was impossible to come up with 2 billion at a time. Right now, facing such persecution, they have no solution at all. The son of Guqinghai looked cold, as if trying to suppress the anger in his heart. Seeing this change, the young son of Shang Juanzong smiled secretly. "Oh, can't you get it out?" Then he turned his head to look at Qingling. "Girl Qingling, what should I do if I can't bid the corresponding price?" Qingling's expression changed. She also knew the seriousness of this kind of thing, and she didn't dare to speak out this. The next moment, a bohemian voice resounded and quieted the whole noisy hall. "How is it possible that the corresponding bid can't be offered?" Gu Haiqing boy continue. All Yenxian looked up and saw a figure wearing a black gold uniform stepping down into the air. With a wave of his palm, a bag fell into the air. The son of Gu Haiqing smiled and directly raised his hand to take the bag. Seeing the appearance of this figure, all Yangxians whispered, They all knew clearly that this guy wearing a black and gold uniform and looking awkwardly beaten up was the third in command of the Wangu Wushuang auction house, Cui Jing. His sudden appearance at the moment made the situation serious again. All the Yangtzeans in Shangjuanzong took a step back slowly. The young son narrowed his eyes and his expression became more subtle. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click on Favorites below to record this Chapter 50/50, tit for tat, reading record, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Sword Sovereign of 10,000 Ways, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 5047. Wan Dao Jianzun. For nearly 20,000 years, the rumors about Cui Jing, the third in charge of the Wangu Wushuang auction house, have already overshadowed the other two. Nothing else, all because of bloodthirsty and warlike. After 20,000 years, Wangu Wushuang auction house has long since become an existence above the universe, and even the background of some super universe is incomparable, because it is the background of the emperor of the Six Crows, that supports the Eternal Warriors auction house. One emperor pin pill is enough to drive the mobilization of a super universe. As the third in command of the Wangu Wushuang auction house, Cui Jing, his bloodthirsty and belligerence have been proved in the battle 10,000 years ago. Facing the offensives of several super universes and dozens of immortals, he fought battles to the last moment, and he stubbornly supported the reinforcements. And when the injury had not fully recovered, he was alone, and the Starry Night rushed to help, destroying the two super universes with his own power. Among them, more than 10 Yanxian, as well as countless Dingxiu creatures, all died in the void and escaped. He cut off the heads of the two heavenly domain masters and brought them back to the eternal, unparalleled world together with their immortal sources for auction, with a reserve price of 1 heaven crystal. That is to say, from that battle, nearly 100 heavens have known Cui Jing's name. Right now, he was standing in the middle of the temple, with his black and gold uniforms floating around, looking at Shang Juanzong with a smile. All Yanxian looked at Cui Jing's gaze, unconsciously feeling the coolness in his neck, and the head auction that took place 10,000 years ago seems to be vivid. My son, hurry up." The elder Yanxian was extremely nervous and urgent. He didn't know how much the Wangu Wushuang auction house had, so avoiding Sanshi was the most important thing. However, Shang Zhenzong's son was still in a confrontational state. His clear eyes were extremely cold. Cui Jinglan was able to warn him, and turned his head directly. "Give the bag to Qingling and let her count." Young Master Gu Haiqing reacted, nodded hurriedly, and handed the bag in Qingling's hands. Qingling took it, opened the napkin to investigate for a while, then leaned slightly and said, "My lord, there are exactly 2 billion black mountain spars in the bag, which is accurate." Cui Jing nodded when he heard the words, turned around and prepared to leave. But then a cold voice sounded. "Wangu Wushuang is really a big deal. What I want to ask is the buyer of this pill Gu Haiqing or an auction house that is unparalleled in the past?" The entire temple was silent, and all the gods and the masters of the heavens stared at this scene. As long as Yanxian, who is not blind, can see that the 2 billion Heishan spar can only be sent out by the eternally unparalleled auction house. Even if Ancient Sea City is a super universe spanning 13 horizons, it is absolutely impossible to have 2 billion black mountain spars. The result is self-evident. Moreover, there is another metaphor for Cui Jing's gift of 2 billion black mountain spar under the public. Cui Jing represents the Wangu Wushuang auction house. He dared to donate 2 billion black mountain spar in public, which shows that he is giving back to Gu Haiqing's help 10,000 years ago. This is also a signal to all the immortals present and the Lord of the Heavenly Territory, as long as they have helped Wangu Wushuang. Wangu Wushuang will naturally give back 10 times, 100 times. Therefore, this is a show without cover. Sister Literature Network, however, When the son of Shang Juanzong said it, it didn't look so good. Cui Jing stopped, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on his cold face. He turned around and said in a low voice, "Of course the purchaser of the pills is Gu Haiqing. Haven't you seen all of this?" The Lord Shang Juanzong smiled slightly when he heard the words. So it turns out, but Gu Haiqing bought the Heishan spar of Pilmaru. It seems that it was provided by Eternal Warrior, right? If it was provided by Wan Gu Wushuang, what is the point of releasing this pill? As soon as this remark came out, there was a noise in the temple. All the elders Yanxian in Guhai City had their dignified eyes, ready to fight at any time. Cui Jing smiled. This pill was indeed taken by Geheiqing. As for the Heishan spar, it was sent to the auction house by the elders of Geheiqing in advance. Why, don't you believe it? The noise faded away, and for Tat, wait, how should I believe it? Shang Zhenzong's son said with a slight smile. At this moment, Cui Jing laughed wantonly. Why should I make you believe? I didn't say it to make you believe, but to tell you that you don't believe it. Lord Shang Zhenzong's eyes were clear for an instant, and a cold light burst out. My son, let's go. The elder whispered to persuade. This is an eternal, matchless person. Don't fall into dispute. The cold light in his eyes disappeared, and Lord Shang Juanzong suddenly smiled. It seems that this eternal matchless place is not a clean place, filthy and messy. As soon as these words came out, all Yanxian looked horrified, and Shang Juanzong wanted to confront Wan Gu Wushuang. Cui Jing's expression was also cold for a moment, but he still suppressed the anger in his heart, and then looked at him. What's your name? All the elders of Shang Juanzong were shocked. One of the oldest elders directly trembled and threw his hands over. Master Cui, my prince is still young and vigorous. If you run into an adult, please. Without finishing a sentence, Lord Shang Juanzong stopped him directly, and then condensedly said, I am the son of Lord Shang Juan, Qin Tuo. Qin Tuo, it's a good name. Cui Jing suddenly clapped his hands and smiled. It's just that. Do you think you should say this name yourself, or should it be engraved on your tombstone? The Lord Shang Juanzong named Qin Tuo heard this. His eyes condensed suddenly, and he couldn't help but step back. Cui Jing smiled disdainfully, and then he was about to leave in big strides. And Qin Tuo, who realized his gaffe, felt that his face was lost in an instant, and he was angrily said, What kind of thing are you, a small auction house? Dare I fight against Juanzong? As soon as this statement came out, the audience was in an uproar, and more than half of Yanxian looked at Qin Tuo meaningfully. Shang Juanzong is one of the top super universes in the entire big division domain. Okanshu, calm is indeed true, and it can almost sweep half of the ordinary universe. But this time they hit the iron plate, a terrifying force that wiped out more than a dozen super universes 10,000 years ago, and the consequences were beyond their ability to contend. Cui Jing stopped his figure and wore black gold uniforms without any wind. The next moment, he suddenly turned around and hit Qin Tuo's chest with a kick at an unimaginable speed. Boom! He flew upside down 10 feet, slammed his back heavily on the jade wall, and stopped the rout. The heavenly hall was dead, and all Yanxians were shocked. No Yanxian thought that Cui Jinghui kicked the son of Shang Juanzong without any scruples. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click Favorites below to record the reading record of this time, Chapter 5051, Behind the Scenes, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Sword Sovereign of 10,000 Ways, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 5048. Wan Dao Jianzun falling this foot is equivalent to kicking on the face of the entire Shang Juanzong, and in front of so many masters of the universe, it is impossible to deal with the aftermath. But it was Cui Jing who kicked this kick. His bloodthirsty and belligerence made all the gods present, and even the masters of the heavens, dare not fight to be the first bird. The elder Yanxian of Shang Juanzong reacted, daring to glare to Cui Jing without saying a word, and then flew to Qin Tua. Young sect master. At this moment, Qin Tua changed his laziness and coldness. His eyes were only covered with humiliation and anger. The evolving power that belonged to the peak of elixir erupted, and instantly swept the entire temple. And the elders of Yanxian in Shengzhenzong were all bloody. Seeing the humiliation of young sect master, they all showed their Yanli power and were ready to fight. All the fairy elders in Guhai City are also ready to go, unleashing their power and confronting each other. With black hair dancing wildly, Qin Tua was already on the verge of rage. Cui Jing was still smiling, but not smiling, as if watching a ridiculous thing. In the next moment, a more powerful and shocking force, like the torrent of the Tianhe River, suddenly came down from above the temple. This kind of derivation is extremely terrifying, and every celestial genius feels threatened at the moment of falling, and those with a slightly weaker stage will not even be able to operate freely. When the Lord of Heaven reacted, their complexions changed slightly, sitting on pins and needles, as if being targeted. When the fairy Yen, who was hiding in the dark, appeared, all the masters of the heavens breathed a sigh of relief. Chunqing was the one who released the power to overwhelm the heroes of the palace. He is the second in command of the entire Wangu Wushuan auction house. He was originally Yanxian, but in the battle 10,000 years ago, he realized his own immortal style and killed several superworld masters and let him fight to become famous. There are rumors that he is only a short distance from Dianxian, and there are even rumors that he is already Dianxian. At this moment, as soon as he appeared, all the elders of Shangju and Zong were ashamed and did not dare to confront anymore. Ancient Sea City, which belongs to the same super-universe, is watching from the sidelines. If once the fight is really started, Shangju and Zong has no chance of winning. A group of clowns who dare to say that I am unparalleled and unparalleled? The voice with uncontrollable anger resounded from Chun Qing's mouth. He stepped down in the air. The real sword at his waist was already out of its sheath, with thousands of sword intent, hovering directly on the head of every elder Yanxian of Shangju and Zong without any worries. As long as Chun Qing's heart moves, he can directly hit them badly. Qin Tua retreated, already waking up from his anger. He knew soberly that Shangju and Zong had no chance of winning here. Chun Qing and Cui Jing stood up, all looking at them with a smile. At this moment, a Yanxian took a step forward, stood in front of Qin Tua, and said in a condensed voice, "Master Qin, Master Cui, there is no need to say such a death. The heavenly sect who is waiting for one may not have a day to meet in the future. It's a joke. Are you threatening us with your momentum?" Chun Qing took a step forward with a deep and cold expression. "Ha said you have 1 Shangju and Zong, or 10 Shangju and Zong, and you won't be able to make any climate, you." The elder Yanxian was speechless for a while. His face was alternately blue and red, and he almost vomited blood from the mouth. However, Qin Tua, who was in a state of anger, calmed down. After taking a deep look at Chun Qing, Cui Jing, and the others, he directly led the elders away. Chun Qing did not stop them too much and allowed them to leave. Hot novels afterwards, young Master Gu Haiqing led a group of elders to give salutes with a lower and respectful posture. Gu Haiqing had no advantage over Shangju and Zong, and could not even protect the Emperor Pin Pill at all. But after Wan Gu Wushuang stepped in, he not only pulled his face, but also let a D-pin pill fall into the bag. This was already the optimal solution. Seeing this scene, all the immortals and the masters of the heavens in the heavenly hall showed a meaningful expression. Chun Qing smiled. "You don't have to be polite. No one can take away the one who promised you Ancient Sea City. What should be yours is yours." Qingling breathed a sigh of relief, secretly lamenting the disasters of Eternal Warrior's auction house. In an invisible place, in the space at the highest level of the Wangu Wushuan auction house, a thin, but with impressive young man, Yan Xian slowly closed his eyes. He seemed extremely tired. As long as there was a moment of relaxation, he didn't want to open his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for a long time. The Wangu Wushuang auction, which opened in 500 years, has ended, and Yan Xian and the masters of the universe have withdrawn in turn. Although it is over, the real undercurrent is about to begin. In the Wangu Wushuang auction house, the treasure one will be protected, and once you leave, you will not receive any protection. In the past 20,000 years, the killing of immortals and treasures has been constantly happening. Although the probability is small, it will also happen. After all, the treasure of the eternal unparalleled is enough to drive the immortal crazy. At this moment, all the people in the ancient sea city carrying the Emperor pills have changed their faces, left the eternal unparalleled, and swept towards the endless void. They want to reach the ancient sea city as quickly as possible. After all, it has changed after Qi, and no one knows how many Yangtzeans are staring in the dark. At the same time, they have all prepared for the worst. The Emperor Pill is carried by the young sect master, and if there is an irresistible robbery, they will directly swallow the pill. A line of more than 10 evangelists, like meteors, are extremely fast, spanning large and small universes, and their figures are secret. But as they continued to move forward, deep in the dim void, all the elder Yensian in ancient sea city changed their complexion slightly and seemed to feel a great crisis. "No, young master, I'm afraid I will suffer an accident." The young man of Geheiching has a deep mood. At the next moment, it seemed to be to confirm all the elders' thoughts. The void that was originally dotted with boundless stars suddenly showed a dark red color. It was like scarlet lava, cracking the void, forming hundreds of thousands of terrifying lines and overturning it. All the elder Yensian in Guhai City turned around and looked around. I saw a terrifying figure with crimson power flowing all over the body coming out of the void. Following his footsteps, the void oscillated, and the wind of the void was crushed into powder. Chin Tua! The sky is clear and bright, and the bright day hangs high. 2 figures with powerful fairy rhyme flowing around their bodies, walking quickly through the clouds. It seems that there is something extremely important. Fengshan, who was like a sacred mount to meet shield, was still sleepy and seemed to fall asleep again at any time. And beside him was Wei Liujia, dressed in a black cloak of flowing clouds and anxious. Because he was too anxious, his right hand was between the 2 fingers, and there was even a bright star in between. In order to facilitate the next reading, you can click the favorites below to record the reading record of this time, chapter 5052, Void Robbery, and you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Sword Sovereign of 10,000 Ways, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 5049, Star Chess. Taking the stars as chess and obsession as the chessboard deduces the vitality of all things. At this moment, Wei Liujia has already deduced the most unlikely result. What he has to do now is to see the truth. Liujia, are you stunned? I am afraid that the eldest brother may not be back in 100,000 years. Didn't Xiao Dijuan say clearly at the beginning, the eldest brother will not come back again? Fengshan scratched his head and muttered, as if he didn't want to believe it. After all, after 20,000 years, they were all forced to accept reality. Unexpectedly, after hearing these words, Wei Liujia, who rarely lost his temper, exploded his dirty mouth for the first time. Don't listen to him farting! Do you believe me or him? Ken, I must believe you. Fengshan scratched his head again, but are you really sure? We just have to take a look. Wei Liujia said in a condensed voice, I have a hunch that Brother Jian will definitely be in Xiaogyushin. Fengshan's body was shocked, and his figure jumped out in an instant. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go! It has been more than 20,000 years since Jian Wushuang quietly left, and Xiao Gudian has been in dust for nearly 20,000 years. as the celestial official who had been rectified by the son of the second emperor. Zhao Ting quietly left thousands of years after Jian Wuxuang had disappeared and disappeared. But Chuan Qiu, Chun Qing, Cui Jing, Wei Liujia, Feng Shan, the five have never left. Even if they instinctively told them Jian Wuxuang will not return, they are still waiting. Wei Liujia created the pavilion of stars and performed deductions all day long, and Feng Shan followed him closely. In the spring and autumn period, Chun Qing, Cui Jing, and others have built the Wangu Wushuang auction house into a giant. Everything is changing. Only the grass and trees of Shaogudian are covered in dust, just waiting for that figure to return. Standing outside the immutable Zaigyushin, Wei Liujia stopped, took a deep breath, and waved his hand to unlock the secret seal of circulation. Familiar scenes greeted my eyes, triggering endless reveries. Every plant and tree is as long as it was 10,000 years ago, with long ups and downs. In the next moment, both of his figures went straight to the center of Shao Gudian. There, Jian Wushuang's temple. The temple is magnificent. Fairy rhyme flows, order flows, and nothing has changed. With the soles of the feet landing, Wei Liujia and Feng Shan once again stood in the Tiandian Square after more than 10,000 years, looking at the heavenly temple shrouded in smoke. Wei Liujia had a strong intuition for no reason. He raised his right hand, looked at the star in his palm, and then strode into the temple. The dust-covered Tianmen opens again, and everything remains the same. Wei Liujia stood outside the gate of the palace in a daze, with a slight backlash. Feng Shan swallowed his throat and froze in place, not knowing whether to move forward or back. 6. Liujia, you said the boss is back. It looks like I was wrong. He spoke slowly, his eyes gloomy. In the palace of heaven, there is solemnity and order, and only Wangxian set foot. Feng Shan, let's go. Wei Liujia turned around and was about to leave. Feng Shan didn't say much, and they were ready to accept a result that would not produce results. The next moment, the order fluctuated, and the familiar voice quietly sounded. Liujia, Feng Shan, you are here. Both of them trembled, stopped and looked at each other. Then they turned around and looked. Wearing a plain white shirt, although his complexion was a little languid, his eyes were extremely attractive. He slowly walked out from the depths of the hall, smiling. Boss. Big brother sword. Get together again, and the last point of restraint disappears. Feng Shan was the first to bear the brunt and rushed towards Jian Wuxuang like a bull. Wei Liujia didn't let go either, and followed him with a flash. Jian Wuxuang only felt black in front of him, and he was almost squeezed into his arms to breathe. Stop, I can't breathe anymore. This hug lasted for a long time, until Wei Liujia saw something was wrong and pushed Feng Shan away, so that Jian Wuxuang would not be strangled. Big brother Jian, are you injured? Wei Liujia stared at Jian Wuxuang. He was keenly aware of the changes. Coughing a few times softly, Jian Wuxuang smiled bitterly. This is a long story. It's not easy to talk about it now. I will tell you about it in the future. Wei Liujia nodded. He vaguely knew that Jian Wuxuang had left because he had gone to a dangerous place to search for Diqing. The injury he suffered now is probably inseparable from the dangerous place. But none of this is important. The important Jian Wuxuang has come back with all his tales. This is more exciting than any news. Feng Shan was extremely excited. Boss, wait here. I will call Qin Qing and the others. Jian Wuxuang waved his hand and said, No, it's not a big deal for me to come back. It won't be a big fanfare. You have your own things to do. Wei Liujia still wanted to say something, but at this moment, another figure walked out from the depths of the temple. The 6 eyes are facing each other, and the air is heavy. Wearing a plain suit and holding a jade bowl, Shao Dijuan froze in place, his eyes trembled slightly. He had never thought that it would be such a scene. Besides Jian Wuxuang, there are actually 2 Yangxians? For a while, he didn't know what to do, holding the jade bowl and froze in place. Wei Liujia and Feng Shan came back to their senses, and looked at Jian Wushuang meaningfully. Then Wei Liujie teased, "Maybe we are not here at the right time." Jian Wushuang didn't know, so he shook his head and said, "No, you are here at the right time." At this moment, outside the Temple of Heaven, bursts of violent skimming sounded. Then 3 powerful figures with fairy rhyme all around appeared. They are Qinqing, Chunqiu, and Cuijing. In the past 20,000 years, the mortal world has already gone through the sea, but for the immortals, it is just a light dream. They all smile when they face each other. "Long time no see." Jian Wushuang waved and smiled. "Just come back, brother Jian." Qinqing strode forward and solemnly arched his hands. Chunqiu and Cuijing also stepped forward and solemnly bowed their hands. "You don't need to be cautious. How did you know that I came back?" Jian Wushuang asked with a smile with a clear heart. Chunqiu smiled slightly and pointed to his heart. Cuijing also smiled. "Brother Jian, you will be fine if you come back. Now, we finally don't have to worry about where you are." After nearly 20,000 years, they got together again and all Yangtzeans laughed. Only the little emperor, who was holding the jade bowl, looked sad. After a while, he placed the jade bowl in his hand on the case slip on one side and turned to enter the depths of the temple. Seeing the familiar face, Jian Wushuang's state of mind was very good. "You are both diligent in your respective realms. After a while, you should be able to set foot in the realm of Dian Immortal, right?" Upon hearing this, they all looked at Qinqing. Qinqing is the longest existence in the realm of immersion and generation, and among them, apart from Jian Wushuang, he is the first to master the immortal generation. Chapter 50-50. Wan Dao Jian Zun, only one line from Jianxian is his current situation. Seeing all eyes converging on him, Qinqing scratched his head and smirked. "About 10,000 years ago, I had understood my own fairy style, but I am afraid that there is still a line of distance from Dian Fairyland. This line of separation will probably have troubled me for a long time." Jian Wushuang heard the words. "Can't even those imperial-grade pills help you break through?" Qinqing said, "I have tried several times, but most of them have little effect. Although the D-pin pill is powerful enough to break through the shackles, it seems that there is some obstacle to making a breakthrough, which is very strange." Jian Wushuang didn't speak, but thought. Although he had realized the immortal style early, but due to his own reasons, he could not perceive the realm of cultivation leading to Dian Immortal. At the same time, he also thought that there was something wrong with the scarcity of Dian Immortals in this big division. Could it be that the upward road has been blocked? Then Jian Wushuang looked at Chunqiu and the others. The result was soon obtained. In addition to Qinqing, Chunqiu has also mastered his own fairy style. Fengshan had already realized the immortal style, although Cuijing and Wei Liujie had not yet, but it was only a matter of time. This is already a force that cannot be underestimated. Even if it is some super universe in the big division domain, it may be difficult to fight. Jian Wushuang sighed slightly. After thousands of years of development, they have all grown up. Although there is still a distance from Dian Immortal, they are already enough to gain a foothold in the big division. Seeing that the atmosphere was a little low, Cuijing smiled and said, "Don't talk about it, brother Jian is only coming back, and our brothers will pick up the dust for you first." As soon as this remark came out, Qinqing and the others clamored. "Brother Sword, the good wine I hid is waiting for today. Let's not get drunk or return today." Yes, I haven't seen each other for nearly 20,000 years. Let's not get drunk today. Never get drunk or return. Several sacred men directly clamped Jian Wushuang and almost lifted him up, and Jian Wushuang also smiled. After all, it took 10,000 years to get together, and it was already a long time. However, at this moment, a slightly cold voice came from the depths of the temple. "Don't drink, other things are free." Jian Wushuang shrugged, and then signaled that he was still recovering from a serious illness. Qinqing and the others looked at each other, grinned, and then grabbed him and rushed directly to Wei Lijia's gazing pavilion. Stargazing pavilion. It was a dome pavilion that Wei Liujia started to create after Jian Wushuang disappeared. It is more appropriate to say that it is a dome tower than it is to say that it is a small space that is large enough to hold everything. The stargazing pavilion was built by Wei Lijia's heart, and it is close to Zaigishan like a corona, and thanks to the blessings of Qin Qing and others, ordinary external forces can't forcibly break in at all. It is a top-secret place, and right now, in this stargazing pavilion, 6 evangelists gathered. Come and come, my wine is my favorite collection. I will never take it out during the normal season, but now is the best time. Above the eaves of the Guanqing pavilion, 6 Yangtzeans sat on the eaves at will, looking far away, full of distant rivers and waters. With a meaningful smile on his face, Qin Qing took out a pot of fine wine from his waist. Error-free novel, although the hip flask is small. You can feel it when you start it, and it is no less than 10,000 caddies. Jian Wushuang didn't doubt that he was there. He raised his head and took a sip of the liquor, and his expression became weird. Even after nearly 20,000 years, he still tasted the liquor in the pot in one sip, which was exactly the same as the chewing wine he had encountered before. That was an interesting event in Immortal universe that he and Chen Qing passed through when they first rushed to the North Tangxianhu of young Master Mo. The so-called chewing wine is to chew the koji in the mouth of a beauty, make it ferment, and then form a unique and sweet wine. If it weren't for Jian Wushuang to know the doorway, then the liquor in this hand could indeed be called a fine wine, and it was comparable to Xinjiu. However, he happened to know the strangeness of this, so he didn't dare to take a second sip. At the same time, what made Jian Wushuang dumbfounded was that after nearly 20,000 years, the mortal universe may not know how many reincarnations have gone through, and Qin Qing still has so many chewing wines. Watching Chuanqiu, Cui Jing and the others were all drinking. Jian Wushuang hadn't fully recovered from his injuries because of the excuse, so he could not drink, so he flashed aside. Standing on the roof of the stargazing pavilion, looking at the distant rivers and rivers in the distance, he was extremely happy. This side of the small world, except for the absence of spiritual aura, the rest are extremely suitable for practicing enlightenment. Jian Wushuang has even decided to sit here for a while. The clouds are rolling and the sun is bright. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang's eyes were quietly sharp for a moment. His gaze was steep from the big sun in the clouds. The sun is bright and emits a soft color, but at the edge of the big sun, it exudes a slight reddish color, which is extremely strange. This light red color does not belong to generative power, and it has a certain power to confuse and cannibalize the state of mind. Although it is extremely small, it still makes Jian Wushuang aware of it for the first time. He thought for a moment, then waved his hand to dissuade Qin Qing and the others who were still drinking. Have you found anything? Following Jian Wushuang's fingers, Qin Qing, Chen Qiu, and others all looked at the big sun above the sky. Soon their faces became weird. Tens of thousands of years of fighting, blood seas running, so that they are no longer comparable to ordinary celestial development. Naturally, their exploration of crises is far beyond ordinary celestial development. Qin Qing first came back to his senses and looked at Wei Liujia. Liujia, this is your realm. You won't be targeted by anyone, right? Wei Liujia looked blank. No, I haven't been out for nearly 20,000 years, except for helping the Eternal Unparalleled. Then what's going on with this vision? Fengshan asked in confusion, rubbing his chin. Wei Liujia knew that it was not easy. Hurriedly started to play the star chessboard on the top of the Guanqing pavilion. One after another, the chess was settled, and the whole chessboard was shaking uneasily. Wei Lijia's complexion became increasingly ugly. Above the sky, the big sun was already covered by a kind of light red, bloodshot like a spider web. It's not good. It's eternally unparalleled. Wei Liujia suddenly raised his head. His complexion changed drastically. Fucking, there's still unrestricted daring to make unparalleled ideas now. Chun Qing burst out, already furious to the extreme. Let's go. Chun Xiao let out a low cry, ready to rush to help. Wait a minute. Jian Wushuang stopped them and said with a slight smile, I will go and take a look with you. For the convenience of reading next time, you can click Favorites below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 5054, Dark Night is Coming. And you can see it next time you open the bookshelf. If you like Sword Sovereign of 10,000 Ways, please recommend this book to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Thank you for your support. Chapter 5051, The Void Shattered and the Stars Returned. Everything is in silence. The 6 bodies, like meteors, shuttled through the void, galloping forward. The leaders are Chun Qing and Chun Xiao. Damn thing, what is this? Chun Qing cursed with a gloomy expression. I saw that the more we moved forward, the more fragmented the void became, as if we had experienced an unprecedented battle. As far as the eye can see, they are all fragmented, and on the edge of the void crack there is a depressive atmosphere flowing. The kind of breath was dark red, like a river of blood, unable to speak. Let me catch it, cramp and peel it, and bury it under the temple as a cornerstone. Cui Jing said fiercely, killing in the depths of his eyes. I hope eternal warriors will hold on for a while. Chun Xiao was a little worried. The next moment, a weak wave swept from the depths of the void. Chun Qing stretched out his hand to cover it, directly restrained the weak fluctuation, and then dragged it over. Gu, the ancient pavilion of Guhai City? Seeing the figure that looked like a blood gourd in his hand, Chun Qing was completely shocked to the point of indescribable. Gu Guting? How could he make it like this? Cui Jingxiu stepped forward, and after seeing that it was Gu Ting, he was equally shocked. It looks like it should have been intercepted halfway. Chun Xiu frowned. Wei Liujia thought, I wonder if it will be Shang Juanzong. Look at him in large numbers and small ones. You see how I crush them into powder. Fengshan slammed his fists, shouting shockingly. At this time, Guting, the son of Geheiqing, who was being carried by Chun Qing, woke up from his coma. As soon as he saw Chun Qing and the others, he showed the look of the rest of his life, and his eyes were gloomy. Qin, Master Qin, the pills have been taken away, and all the elders of my ancient sea city have also fallen. Upon hearing this, Chun Qing immediately sank and asked, Who did this? How about Wangu Wushuang auction house? Yes, it's Shang Juanzong, Qin Tuo. Gu Ting gritted his teeth and said bitterly, He has already rushed over here. Chun Qing was furious, and Yan Li surged. Damn, this guy is looking for death. But Chun Xiao, who has always been extremely quiet, looked at Gu Ting and said indifferently, Did you attract him? Gu Ting trembled. Shock flashed in his eyes, and finally he said, Master Chun, we were intercepted and killed by Sheng Zhenzong midway, and we were not able to return to the sky. Only if we escape back to eternal warriors can we have a ray of life. So far we have escaped here. I am the only one left. Chun Xiao interrupted with a wave of his hand, and then said, This matter, you Gu Haiqing will give an account in the future. What we need to do now is to obliterate Qin Tuo. Unparalleled. At this moment, the big sun above the sky has overturned and was replaced by a huge blood moon. The void is shattered, and several heavens have been destroyed. And the eternal unparalleled auction house built on a heavenly plain was already on the verge of destruction. A dark river of blood tore the earth, rushing wildly, swallowing all visible objects. The plain was shattering, and the behemoth at the center of the heavenly plain, the eternal warrior, was now surrounded by a river of dark blood. With Qingling as the leader, nearly 10 Yangtzeans stationed here are resisting bitterly. She had just been promoted to the Immortal, and her realm was not yet stable, so it was too difficult to bear such a terrifying shock. But she never stepped back, releasing her strength and resisting bitterly. What is even more frightening is that Qingling doesn't know who the enemy is, because this kind of heaven and earth vision appears almost instantaneously, and then everything becomes passive. The dark river of blood rushed freely, turning into blood dragons that shook the sky and the earth, rushing towards the heaven of the eternal, unparalleled auction house. Damn, what are these things? Who would use this moment to move hands? Qingling gritted her teeth, already extremely angry. Beside her, a middle-aged Yanxian also gritted his teeth and resisted. Fairy Qingling, you go first, and quickly invite Master Chen and the others to come over. We will stand here for a while. Impossible, I'm leaving. I can't resist it anymore. Qingling shook her head resolutely. But if this continues, we must not be able to hold it. The middle-aged Yanxian couldn't help but said, the long sword in his hand had been concealed by the dark bloodstains, and the power was gone. That can't be retired. Qingling said quietly. Thousands of azure green horses burst out of her palm, turning into the strongest enchantment, covering the entire eternal, unparalleled palace. Roar! There was a loud and thorough bang that tore through the chaos and darkness. The endless river of blood gushes from the depths of the earth, and it continues to condense into a 1-billion-meter-long snake. The thick blood dripped from the gaps in every scale, a pair of blood pupils, vertical pupils shining like a blood sun. It is too huge, even though the eternal unparalleled temple. It is a bit small in front of it. The order collapses, the universe is destroyed, everything is in chaos. At this moment, the Eternal Warrior's Heaven Palace is like Yi Guzhou, struggling to support it, and it may capsize at any time. Of the nearly 10 Yanxian who originally stationed here, 3 have already died. Facing the flood snake composed of a dark river of blood, all Yanxian faces were ashes. As long as one round of the blood river hits, the Temple of Heaven will be unprotected. I'm afraid they can't resist. The middle-aged Yanxian bit her teeth and looked at Qingling on the side, and he wanted to send her out of here. But the next moment, the sky of chaos trembles suddenly, followed by a burst of loud shouts. All Yanxian's eyes converged on the sky. There, a sacred, mountain-like figure, like the afterglow of the setting sun, slammed heavily on the giant head of the snake. Boom! The blood burst out, and there was an incomparable, dying explosion. The blood river flood snake roared wildly. Its entire head was almost penetrated, and one of its vertical pupil snake eyes was broken. The huge body weighed heavily in the river of blood. Quickly enter the hall! Qingling yelled, and the few remaining Yanxian all entered the hall quickly, and then closed the gate of heaven. The blood river roared, and the plain of collapsed. The blood river flood snake that was pierced through its head fell heavily into the blood river, rolling up billions of blood waves, covering the sky and the sun. I think it is something. It turns out to be a chopstick, too. Fengshan shook his figure, shaking off the blood on his shoulders and spitting in disdain. But in this moment, Chun-Qing's scream suddenly resounded. Fengshan, go back! Huh. Fengshan was puzzled and was about to speak, but was shocked to realize that a huge flood snake had condensed in the river of blood below him. It opened a mouth of blood that swallowed the sky and spit out an endless river of blood at Fengshan. Because this was so fast, Fengshan was already swallowed when Chun-Qing and others arrived. As far as I can see, even the heavenly temple of the unparalleled auction house is unavoidable to sink into a river of blood. Chapter 5052. Chun-Qing halted his feet, flared his 5 fingers, and shot out 10,000 rays of light in an instant. Huameng is like the sharpest arrow, tearing through the void, rushing towards the blood river snake. Puff, puff. The endless blood mist exploded, and the blood river flood snake opened its mouth and roared. With this roar, Fengshan's sacred mountain-like figure escaped from the huge mouth embarrassedly. Mother, it's dangerous. Fengshan's face was pale with a big taboo. What is this? Chun-Qing and the others also arrived, staring at the river of blood beneath them, and they all had a bad feeling. Cui Jing held the Xian stick in his hand and slapped his lips and said, "I didn't let Brother Jin come, is it a bit? It's okay. Let's see how I demolish this place." Feng Shan rubbed his hands and rushed down with a low growl. Qin Qing and Cui Jing also urged their figures and rolled down together. Chen Qiu stared at the restored ancient pavilion, this river of blood. This blood river is the incarnation of Qin Tuo. Gu Ting confirmed without hesitation. He was the incarnation of the blood river before and swallowed all the elders in my ancient sea city. Hearing the words, Wei Liujia touched his chin. It shouldn't be. From the previous performance, Shang Juanzong seems quite magnificent. Right now, this blood river seems to be quite inconsistent with their performance. Chen Qiu glanced at him, then said quietly, "Often the more magnificent the surface, the more unbearable it is behind the back. Don't be fooled by the appearance. It makes sense, then let's. To protect eternal warriors with all your strength and to cut the roots." Boom! Gathering Chen Qing, Cui Jing, Chen Qiu, and Wei Liujia with the full blow of the four immortals, the billions of blood sea snakes were directly smashed into pieces, cut off the spirit, and fell miserably into the tossing blood. In the sea of blood dissipated, revealing the eternal, unparalleled temple still standing. But this situation only existed for a moment, and the endless blood sea spread again. This time it was even crazier. Countless snakes writhed out of the sea of blood and attacked the temple. At the same time, the surface of the sea of blood shook layers of ripples, and a dark red figure walked out of it. His immortal body was floating with unimaginable blood, as if he was wearing a layer of blood armor. Although this figure has changed greatly, he can still be recognized at a glance. He is Lord Shangjuan, Qin Tuo. At this moment, he is simply different from the previous bidding in the auction house. Bloodthirsty, treacherous, and powerful of some unknown restrictions, terrifying to the extreme. Stepped out of the blood sea and approached Qin Qing and others. They all noticed the abnormal movement behind them and then saw this scene. "Qin Tuo, why did you become such a ghost?" Cui Jing frowned. Obviously, he was a bit disgusted with Qin Tuo's impression. "If there is weirdness, be careful," Chen Qingming said, and then tentatively released the strength training. The violent Yanlipi stabs Qin Tuo directly, and he cannot avoid it. But then he quietly raised his palm and waved, and a round of blood mirror appeared in front of him immediately, completely absorbing Qin Qing's strength. Then the blood mirror shook and unexpectedly shot Qin Qing's previous strength intact, and its power doubled. Qin Qing's brows twitched heavily, and he drew out the real sword from his waist and cut off all the strength training. "This guy is really weird, so be careful," he said condensedly. "Hey, Junior of Shangjuanzong, do you really intend to be an enemy of Wangu Wushuang?" Cui Jing frowned and shouted coldly. Qin Tuo, who was already wrapped in a sea of blood, showed a quirky curve at the corner of his mouth. "What are you Wushuang like? You dare to talk like this? Well, I will kill you all today." As Qin Tuo's voice fell, the endless sea of blood rolled up billions of dust and slapped Qin Qing and others. "Hello, bugs!" Feng Shan shouted, and then the fairy body doubled in size and was covered by the meaning of red and yellow, like a real sacred mountain, blasting a sea of blood and dust. Rumble. Feng Shan's figure only existed for a moment, and when he touched the sea of dust, it was swallowed and absorbed. Qin Qing's face changed slightly, and she shouted without thinking, "Go back, there is a problem here." "You can't retreat. Behind is the Eternal Warrior's temple." Chuanqiu said in a deep voice, "Feng Shan is also in a dangerous situation, let alone retreat." "Then dash out a road." Cui Jing held a profound stick and rushed forward without any hesitation. The sea of blood roared and went to the center. With Chen Qing as the leader, Chuanqiu, Cui Jing and Wei Liujia all brazenly rushed to the sweeping sea of blood. The four Yangtzeans, full blows, opened a crack without any suspense. But it was not Qin Tuo that greeted them, but a world that seemed to be infiltrated with blood, and everything was blood red. "Here, what place is it?" Cui Jing said uncertainly. "I'm afraid we have entered Qin Tuo's trap." Chen Qiu frowned. Wei Liujia's eyes lit up. "Fengshan is ahead!" Following his fingers, Fengshan, like a sacred mountain, was lying in the blood at this moment, not knowing his life or death. Wei Liujia stopped talking and went straight to help. "Liujia, don't go," Chen Qiu said anxiously, but it was still a moment late. The sudden change occurred, and Fengshan, who was still lying in the bloodstain of life and death, suddenly disappeared. Instead, bloodlines with the thickness of fingers protruded from the ground and suddenly clung to Wei Liujia's very body. In an instant, he was pulled directly into the river of blood and disappeared completely. Since all this was completed in a flash, it was too late when they wanted to help. Chen Qing took a step forward and roared angrily, "Damn chopsticks, hand them over. Otherwise you will count as one, and none of them will survive." A chuckle, resounding in this blood-red world without any warning, with a bit of mockery. "Really noisy, you guys today, O Khonshu. Calm has a count of one. You can't live." Qin Tuo's figure wrapped in the river of blood, quietly condensed, like a blood day, hung high above the sky, bloody. The endless blood beam came down, quickly swallowing all the power. With his arms raised flat, blood-colored diamond mirrors appeared all over him. The figures and faces of Qin Qing, Chen Qiu, and Cui Jing are reflected in each diamond mirror, which is extremely curious. Chen Qiu's complexion changed slightly, and then he seemed to realize something and hurriedly looked at his fairy body. I saw that the fairy body had already been covered with a faint blood mist, and as time passed, it gradually solidified. This situation also appeared in Qin Qing and Cui Jing. Chen Qiu said with a solemn expression, "Did you feel that the power in your body is passing by?" Qin Qing and Cui Jing nodded at the same time, then looked at Qin Tuo in the void together. Chapter 5053. There is no doubt that all the changes in their immortal body were caused by Qin Tuo. The has increased, almost solidified. Damn it, could it be the mirrors? Cui Jing gasped slightly. With the rapid passing of Yanli, the blood armor on their immortal body became more and more solid. If you wait any longer, the consequences can be imagined. At this moment, the blood-colored diamond mirror surrounding Qin Tuo's body was no less than 100,000 faces. Every diamond mirror reflected the faces of Chen Qing, Chen Qiu, and Cui Jing, and the blood flowing in them made their faces strange and abnormal. Pretend to be A and play a ghost. Qin Qing's face was cold, and then with a wave of his arm, the real sword in his hand rushed out. In an instant, Jianhua was shocked and swept across the sky. The pure sword intent of nearly 10,000 daos all slashed towards Qin Tuo, as well as the diamond mirror around him. This sword, blended with Chen Qing's immortal style, is a sword of the strongest. Even if it is a fairy of the same realm, it must avoid its edge. But Qin Tuo didn't dodge. He still hung up in the void like a day, and then raised his arms. 100,000 diamond mirrors were like tides, and the cover that came forward pressed against Qin Qing's fairy sword. 100,000 diamond mirrors, to differentiate and impact. But these are not enough for Xianshi. It was almost a single face, with 100,000 diamond mirrors directly shattered into tens of thousands. Like a rain of blood from the sky, the diamond mirror shattered and fell into the sky. Qin Qing's immortal style was too overbearing. 100,000-faced, blood-colored diamond mirror could not stop it. It was all crushed and disappeared. Then, all the sword intents stabbed Qin Tuo unabated. As long as this immortal style is in the middle, Qin Qing is completely sure to obliterate it. But then a treacherous scene appeared. I saw that when the infinite sword intended to stab Qin Tuo, It was directly swallowed and absorbed. After falling into a dead silence for a short time, Qin Tuosin sneered and shook his arms violently, bursting out the infinite sword intent that had been swallowed in an instant. Chun Qing, Chen Xiu, and Cui Jing were all shocked, and quickly released their respective powers to resist. Rumble. Every sword intent was far better than before, and even Qin Qing almost couldn't support it. The sword light that covered the sky finally dissipated, and Qin Qing pulled down the battered enchantment and fought against Qin Tu. Chen Xiu and Cui Jing also set off one after another, releasing their respective strengths and encircling them together. I can't help myself. Qin Tuo smiled sullenly. The next moment his whole body directly reflected the ray of blood, and he slammed into Qin Qing. Boom! The giant sound was so loud, the whole blood-colored world trembled. Blood is overflowing, spilling into the void. The three Yangtzeans' full blows were actually intercepted by Qin Tuo himself, without even taking a step back. This is too shocking. Qin Qing frowned slightly, and he realized that the situation was not simple. The changes caused by all this have long been beyond imagination, and Qin Tuo is definitely more terrifying than he imagined. Immediately afterwards, Qin Tuo gave a deep smile and slammed both fists at Qin Qing. Qin Qing relieved his strength with his palm, but was shocked to realize that when his strength touched him, it was like being swamped and swallowed quickly. Thousands of punches in a flash. Each of them hit Qin Qing, Chun Qiu, and Cui Jing's immortal body heavily. Wow! They flew out and plunged heavily into the river of blood. However, this is only the beginning. Above the void, Qin Tuo was almost crazy. His clothes all over his body were shattered, his chest, the endless power surging out, and then turned into snakes, rushing into the river of blood. The blood river rolled up billions of blood waves, almost enveloping the entire scarlet world. With blood in the sky, Qin Tuo's face was gloomy, and his eyes were like two rounds of blood mirrors, exuding a strange, inexplicable, and breathtaking power. This blood-colored world between illusion and reality was facilitated by Qin Tuo, and even Xianxian, who mastered the immortal style and was only one step away from Dianxian, could not escape. The only way to enter this world is death. Here, he is the supreme being who controls everything. Qin Qing, Chen Xiu, and Cui Jing were floating in the bleeding river at the same time, but they couldn't break free at all. Blood snakes entangled the fairy body, madly dragging them into the blood river. Damn thing, what is this guy's background? How can I repay the grievances of blood and energy? Cui Jing struggled and gasped. Both Qin Qing and Chen Xiu struggled to resist and could only barely protect themselves. This river of blood, and even this entire blood-colored world, are too weird. Their derivation power is fading fast, and they can't even make up for it. The arms were so tightly wound that they couldn't take the emperor pin pill that they carried with them. Chen Qingning looked at Qin Tuo in the void, and then he let out a deep cry, and his whole body surged with extreme strength in an instant. Control the sky! Just like the collapse of a big day, a kind of extreme and pure power instantly swept across all fields. The blood snake wrapped around Qin Qing's body directly turned into powder. He broke free from the shackles, and then grabbed Chun Qiu and Cui Jing to get out of the sea of blood. This is Qin Qing's immortal style, his strongest blow. Under this blow, the entire blood mirror world trembles, and boundless cracks cover every corner. It's like a real mirror about to shatter. But this situation only existed for a moment, and it was quickly repaired. Qin Tuo sneered with sun, then rushed directly to Qin Qing. The blood burst, swept up from the wild, and then came down. Qin Qing, who was wrapped in the ultimate pure power, pushed Chen Xiu and Cui Jing far away and greeted Qin Tuo alone. Boom! At this moment, it is as if thousands of stars burst. The immortal Yutian released by Qin Qing was so powerful that it almost instantly swallowed Qin Tuo. The entire Scarlet World is on the verge of collapse. Chen Qing, Chen Qiu and Cui Jing yelled anxiously. They wanted to give aid, but they were repelled by the huge energy. This terrible fluctuation does not last long, only a few dozen interest times. With Chen Qing flying backwards and retreating, it was over. Cui Jing has quick eyes and quick hands, and hastily released Yanli to support Qin Qing, who was flying backwards. Divine blood was spilled, the immortal body was covered with scars, his eyes closed tightly, and he was obviously fainted. Qin Tua is dead. Looking at the blood mist in the void, Chuanqiu realized that things might not be that simple. As if to confirm his thoughts in the void, the thick blood mist gathered again, and the limbs grew rapidly. Qin Tua didn't suffer any damage at all, and even his whole body became stronger and stronger. Chen Qiu and Cui Jing stepped back slowly, looking at him solemnly. This blood-colored world is too weird, making things completely out of the original scope. A little careless, I am afraid they will never escape today. The danger this time is far more swift and unpredictable than anyone in 20,000 years. And what caused this result was only a fairy. Chapter 5054. This is a big crisis. Chun Qing, Feng Shan, and Wei Liujia have all suffered, but Chuanqiu and Cui Jing are the only ones to support. Take care of Qin Qing, I will fight. After Cui Jing left the sentence, he rushed into the void resolutely. Facing Qin Tua, he tilted the 8-foot profound stick and rushed forward without hesitation. With a stick smashed, 100,000 Zhang Phantom was like a black dragon, shaking the sky and the earth. Qin Tua withdrew, raising his right hand, and suddenly condensed into a fist. In an instant, countless strands of blood-colored huamang rose from behind him, strangling the sky and the earth towards Cui Jing. OM. The meanings of blood, red, and black collided, and the shadow of the mysterious stick quickly shattered. But the blood color did not decrease, frantically strangling towards Cui Jing. Only in a moment, Cui Jing's figure was submerged in the torrent. Cui Jing! Chen Qiu was anxious, and he almost hugged Qin Qing into the river of blood in front of him. The entire chaotic sky was almost covered by a torrent of blood. Cui Jing was swallowed, and it was already difficult to escape. Qin Tua stood with his hands behind and slowly came to the position where Cui Jing had stood before. In the next moment, the sudden change, the chaotic blood river was torn open a crack without any warning. Along with the blood river tearing apart, a powerful, profound stick suddenly smashed out. Because this is happening too fast, even Qin Tua can't react. Boom! Unparalleled violence, bloodthirsty breath broke out completely. Under this stick, Qin Tua's entire right arm was smashed into pieces, turning into a handful of blood mist. Then, Cui Jing walked out of the torrent like a demon god. He was covered in blood, and he lifted the profound stick diagonally in his hand. Facing the retreating Qin Tua, he spit out a foam and said violently, "You are the same as an immortal, and you also have the qualifications to be rampant? Today I have to take out your immortal bones, even with broken cultivation base." The smashed arm quickly recovered. Qin Tua was furious. His arms emptied suddenly, and the endless stream of blood formed a shining mirror behind him. In the diamond mirror, an endless river of blood was reflected. Bah! Just pretend to be a fool. Cui Jing spit out another mouthful of blood and said grimly, "This diamond mirror is too vast, like a barrier connecting a super heavenly plane." Cui Jing stood in front of this diamond mirror like a chestnut in the ocean. In the huge diamond mirror, the river of blood surged, and then a vertical pupil appeared with a certain bewitching power. "Cui Jing, go back!" Chen Qiu noticed something was wrong and reminded him anxiously, but it was too late. Cui Jing stood still on the spot, as if he was drawn out of his spirit. His eyes lost his expression, and then he jumped into the diamond mirror and was swallowed by the river of blood. Chen Qiu's face was pale. When there were 5 people, he was the only one left at the moment. This situation was too tragic. Fengshan, Wei Liujia, and Cui Jing are all missing, and Qin Qing has also passed out. In this whole treacherous world, he is the only one who has the power to fight. He waved his hand to release Yan Li to hold Qin Qing in the void, and Chen Qiu stood in front of Qin Tuo. Hand over them all, otherwise you will not be able to bear the consequences. Qin Tuo, who was soaked in blood, sneered coldly. You mobs no longer have the strength to fight, and are you still trying to make a profit? Really, are you so sure that we don't have the power to fight? Chen Qiu said with a smile. Qin Tuo didn't say anything. He was disgusted with Chunkius' rhetorical question. Just when he was about to cover it with a palm, the entire scarlet world shook suddenly. The shock was so severe that it instantly collapsed the earth, and the blood flow countered. Qin Tuo was shocked. His indifferent face was a little moved. The tremor of the entire scarlet world is due to external forces that cannot be ignored. However, Chen Qiu first stared nervously, and then a touch of joy appeared. He felt a familiar, domineering power. The originally dark sky began to shatter, and endless cracks twisted and swept across, almost covering the entire sky. The next moment, starting from the center of the crack, the entire sky collapsed and shattered in an instant, and the river of blood flowed backward. A pure to extreme force, pressing the blood river here. With the arrival of this sword-like figure, all blood qi dissipated, unable to enter him for hundreds of miles. The tooth-white robe fluttered in the wind, and the long black hair fluttered behind him, looking at Qin Tuo with a majestic look. He only felt that his divine consciousness was suddenly hit hard and he could not be beaten, and he almost fell directly. Qin Tuo snorted, backed a few steps, and then a ray of blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. The visitor was terrible, and it was no longer comparable to ordinary evangelists that it could be done in just one face. He looked at the figure in the tooth-white uniform, and fear flashed in his eyes. "Brother Jian!" Chen Qiu shouted. Cui Jing and the others were all taken to unknown places by him. The person who came was Jian Wushuang. When he was about to come together before, he was forcibly pulled by Xiao Dijuan to take the medicine, so he didn't come with Qin Qing in time. But the current situation is far more severe than imagined. After listening to Chunkius' words, Jian Wushuang frowned and looked at Qin Tuo, who was like a blood gourd. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of familiarity, but he was sure that he had never seen Qin Tuo. "Hey, send them all back. I won't hold you accountable," Jian Wushuang said quietly, with unquestionable majesty, as if he was a notice, not a discussion. Qin Tuo was startled, and then annoyed. "Send it back if you say you want it back? I'm afraid it's wishful thinking." Jian Wushuang was too lazy to spend his tongue, raising his hand and bending his fingers. In an instant, a pure and extreme sword aura rose up and down, slashing forward. This is an unstoppable sword energy. Even if Qin Tuo reacts, he can only choose to resist. Chirp. Divine blood was spilled, and the sword energy almost cut Qin Tuo into two. He snorted, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes, almost trying to break the fairy body, releasing endless blood. The blood qi transformed into 1,000,000 diamond mirrors, surrounding Jian Wushuang from every direction. Watching this scene, Spring and Autumn was shocked. "Brother Jian, run away!" However, Jian Wushuang did not evade. Instead, he looked at the 1,000,000-faced diamond mirror with great interest. Qin Tuo showed a cruel smile. No Yanxian could escape from him. This was self-confidence. But the next moment, great changes have taken place. Surrounded by a 1,000,000-faced, blood-colored diamond mirror, a blue column of blue light rose into the sky, directly clearing the blood mist. At the same time, a treasure figure covering the heaven and the earth appeared, and the colorful shadows fell on the heaven and the earth. Baoxiang opened his eyes, and indescribable majesty swallowed everything. The entire blood mirror world couldn't bear this energy, and quickly collapsed. The millions of diamond mirrors quickly turned into powder, collapsed and dissipated like a tide. Qin Tua was shocked and hurried back, but it was already too late. Chapter 5055. Under the pressure of Wu Shuang Baoxiang, all filth cannot exist. The millions of diamond mirrors were instantly emptied, and even the whole blood mirror world collapsed into nothingness. Qin Tua was not spared. He was shattered by Wu Shuang Baoxiang's eyes and turned into a powder. After all, he is nothing but a fairy. Even if he is only one step away from Dian, he is still a fairy. How can he withstand Jian Wushuang's full blow? Everything turned into ashes and nothingness, including the river of blood that surrounded the eternal, unparalleled temple. Qingling and the others opened the door of the temple, still very nervously searching for any crisis, carrying Chen Qing's Chuanqiu. Looking at the figure that was light and breezy from beginning to end, an uncontrollable excitement flashed in his eyes. Such a difficult battle was easily cracked by Jian Wushuang. This is enough to see that he has reached an unimaginable height in nearly 20,000 years after returning from the Sea of No Edge. In the spring and autumn at this moment, there is only excitement and happiness in my heart. But before the joy in his heart lasted long, he mentioned it again, because Qin Tua, who had been destroyed by Jian Wushuang's immortal body, had actually condensed again. "Brother Jian, be careful!" Chen Qiu shouted. Qin Tua gave a deep smile and slammed Jian Wushuang's back with a palm. The terrible blood rushed forward instantly and pierced Jian Wushuang without any hindrance. Like a stone thrown into the lake, there are ripples. His figure disappeared like a cloud of smoke, which was very strange. Qin Tua was startled. He realized what was wrong, and when he wanted to retreat, he realized that it was too late. Cold sweat gushed from his temples, and Qin Tua clearly felt a finger against his neck. After a moment, a soft sound struck him, and he felt his head dizzy, and then his head and body separated. Waving his hand to cut off Qin Tua's head, Jian Wushuang directly took his head and urged him to the front of the eternal Wushuang temple. "Sword, Lord Sword!" Qingling was shocked and lost her voice, and immediately realized her failure and hurriedly lowered her head. Jian Wushuang nodded and smiled, then dropped Qin Tua's head in the middle of the square. "Release them back, and I will spare your life." With only one head left, Qin Tua smiled slyly. "Do you think that if I eat it, will I vomit it out?" Jian Wushuang raised his brows. "Want to die?" "Of course I want to die, but no one can put my seat on." Without finishing a sentence, Jian Wushuang directly raised his foot and crushed Qin Tua's head. Chen Qiu was startled. "Brother Jian, kill him. I'm afraid Feng Shan and the others. This is not his true fate, but just a shell." Jian Wushuang said, "Feng Shan and the others should have been taken away by his true fate a long time ago." When Chen Qiu heard the words, he understood the meaning of the words. "You go to Xiao Gudian and call that Immortal Yen from some ancient sea city. He should know how to go. In the vast void, the four realms are moving forward quickly like the big sun and stars. They are all detached from the order, and they are all immortals. The leader is Jian Wushuang in white-toothed uniform. To his side are Chuanqiu, Qin Qing, who has just awakened, and Guding, the son of Geheiqing. Fucking. This time I go to their nest. I will kill him first. No one can escape." Qin Qing said angrily, obviously still remembering the previous things. Chen Qiu also agrees very much. Since taking this opportunity to find the sect of Shang Juanzong, there's no better way than destroying the sect in a battle. But Gu Ting seemed a lot more nervous. He escaped from Qin Tua's hands, naturally knowing Qin Tua's terrifying strength. Therefore, when he saw that the Wangu Wushuang auction house only went to 3 yenxian, he couldn't help feeling a little absurd. You know, Shang Juanzong is also one of the top superpowers in the entire Desai domain, and even Geheiqing must be a little afraid of existence. Just the number of immortals in the sect will never be less than 50. What's more, there are rumors that the sect master Shangjun is already quasi-Dian immortal. With such a terrifying strength, Wang Gu Wushuang only dispatched 3 immortals. From Gu Ting's point of view, this is almost the same as sending death. His injury is only stable. If he goes straight to Juanzong, there is absolutely no possibility of surviving. For the sake of his own fate, Gu Ting finally said, "Several seniors, if we go straight to Shang Juanzong, would it be a bit too thin? Why don't I ask my ancestors for help?" Jian Wushuang smiled upon hearing the words, "No need." Immediately afterwards, Chen Qing waved his hand again. "It's not necessary if there are only a few of us, even if you add your Guhai city to destroy Shang Juanzong. It is not easy. But it's different now. As long as there are sword brothers, even 10 Shang Juanzong are tied together, and it's definitely not enough to kill." Gu Ting's brow jumped, and he didn't know how to express his position. As the second in command of the Eternal World, Chen Qing's words were obviously weighty, not to mention the presence of the top leader in spring and autumn, which invisibly increased credibility. But he still didn't believe it. He had to know that unless it was Dian Immortal, he could have the power to destroy an entire super-universe, and Chen Qing, Chuanqiao, and the mysterious man obviously did not reach Dian Immortal's level. This is undoubtedly a gamble. Gu Ting gritted his teeth and didn't know what to do. It seems that he saw his worry. Jian Wushuang, who was walking forward with his hand, said in a low voice, "Just take us to find the location of Shang Juanzong. You won't need to visit by then, just leave." Gu Ting was startled, then bowed his head, slightly embarrassed. The large division area developed by Zhanliang is almost infinite, and it is a realm that gathered more than 10 former emperors, and the area is imaginable. However, after experiencing the Emperor's War in the Wanggu era, the countless celestial planes in the realm have almost collapsed more than half. Even after infinite years, the cycle of the universe has not fully recovered. But even so, O Khonshu, some universe planes still take over the new heavens Fukuzawa and become a super universe, and Shang Juanzong is naturally one of them. Under the guidance of Gu Ting, the heaven plane where Shang Juanzong was located quickly appeared in Jian Wushuang's eyes. The huge heavenly gate is built in the void and is very magnificent. The fairy clouds are curled up, and the auspicious cranes are mingling. It is quite a super sect aura. The word Shangjuan is embedded on the Tianmen, which is obviously where the Shangjuan Zongmen is located. Jian Wushuang was still very indifferent, carrying his hands on his back and moving forward leisurely. Chun Qing and Cui Jing followed closely, with undisguised murderous in their eyes. Gu Ting opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He was struggling inside, wondering whether he should leave or stay. After a while, he gritted his teeth abruptly, made a decision, and then followed without looking back, and went straight to Shang Juanzong with Jian Wushuang. Chapter 5056. The fairy clouds are curled up, and the auspicious mingling. This is a side of the land. Standing in the void is the Tianmen at the beginning of the Shangzhenzong portal. At this moment, several top repairers are guarding. The fairy rhyme is flowing, and behind the Tianmen is a huge fairy formation. "Stop, Hifang Yanxian. Our sect is not open to the outside world. Please move forward." The breeze swept, and a Ding Xiu stationed outside Tianmen stretched out his hand to block Jian Wushuang's path. Before Jian Wushuang could speak, Qin Qing directly slapped the top repairman thousands of feet away and immediately opened the door of Shang Juanzong. Afterwards, Jian Wushuang stepped slowly into the Tianmen. Behind the Tianmen is not the heavenly plane of Shang Juanzong, but a huge and chaotic fairy formation. Pretending to be and playing a ghost, it's definitely not a good bird. Chun Qing said in a deep voice and directly waved out a powerful training. But when Yen Lepilian hit the fairy formation, he was easily absorbed and couldn't break it. "I'm afraid I can't forcibly break here. The fairy formation has been set up," Chen Qiu said thoughtfully. As soon as his voice fell, Jian Wushuang directly raised his hand and easily tore the barrier on the Immortal formation. "Let's go." He motioned, and then stepped into the fairy formation. Earlier, when he went to the Mitian of Gongzi Jiao, Jian Wushuang had felt the mystery of teleporting the fairy formation. It was very good, and he could instantly go anywhere within the path of the fairy formation. The origin of the teleportation immortal array has long been untraceable, but it has completely flourished from the time of Zhenliang. If you want to destroy the heavens in a vertical and horizontal manner, a large-scale dispatch of the eternal fairy is extremely important, and Zhenliang also used the characteristic of the immortal formation to transmit, successfully destroying the heavens from one side to another. It is precisely because of this that even though endless years have passed, the role of the fairy formation is still retained in some super-universes. When they thought about it, they stood on the ground covered by a fairy cloud. This is Shang Juanzong? Why doesn't it look like a place where dirt is hidden? Chun Qing touched his chin and looked at Guting. At the moment, Gu Ting was extremely nervous. Well, this should be where Shangjuan's sect is located. I also passed by with the elders of the clan hundreds of millions of years ago and never visited this place. Don't worry, let's talk about it, Chun Qing said in a deep voice. At this time, Jian Wushuang said, don't do anything for the time being. If the Shangjuanzong is indeed a good and large party, let them go. If not, it's not too late to do it again. In spring and autumn, Qin Qingyiting nodded at the same time. The fairy clouds are curled up, the fairy mountains are towering, the endless green fairy trees are growing vigorously, and the primitive pavilions are like horned dragons, hibernating quietly in the fairy mountains. At this moment, it is in the morning dew, and some disciples have begun to breathe in the morning, practicing diligently in their respective dojos. Jian Wushuang walked forward with his hands down, and he didn't even look at these Shang Juanzong disciples. His goal was very clear, and he went straight to the hall of Shengzhenzong. Soon, the disciples of Shengzhenzong found the uninvited guests and began to gather in the direction of the hall. The Great Hall of King Juanzong is located at the very center of the entire vast horizon plain, occupying the most powerful place. It was only a few dozen breaths of time before Jian Wushuang set foot on the main hall square. The square is magnificent. The hall is vast and magnificent to the extreme. At the very center of the square, there is a huge sundial in which every direction corresponds to a star. Chun Qing stood directly on the sundial, yelling with halberd fingers, "Old sun-bearded thief in the temple, get out of here!" As if boiling water rose sharply, the hall opened, and more than a dozen old men wearing ink robes walked out quickly, all in an unrelenting appearance. At a glance, Jian Wushuang knew that these old men were all immortals. A long-bearded old man looked bad, whereas the crumbly young man dared to stand on the sundial. Don't you know how the death character is written? Chun Qing sneered, disdainfully said, "Why, do you want to tell?" The long-bearded old man was so angry that the ancient staff in his hand suddenly slammed, and in an instant a pure force rushed forward. Chun Qing directly raised his hand with a wave and shattered the yanli that had hit him. "Don't use the skill of Yehu Zen to be embarrassing, so I won't kill you." Chun Qing roared angrily, "Hand over Qin Tuo, otherwise you will die." With huge sounds, all the elders and disciples took a step back, their expressions solemn. It was the long-bearded old man who stepped forward and said, "Junior, Shangjuanzong is not the place where you wait for madness. It's still too late to walk, so as not to be hit hard. Let's go, of course, and return my 3 brothers first." Chen Qiu stepped forward and said in a condensed voice. The long-bearded old man trembled his brows. He obviously knew something, but he still said, "I have never stepped out of the sect for millions of years. I don't know the whereabouts of your brother. I think there must be some misunderstanding." "Old thief, dare you open your eyes and tell nonsense?" Chun Qing smirked and slammed all the elders. The elders all reacted and hurriedly resisted. Chun Qing had already understood his own fairy style. Only a short distance from Immortal, he was a quasi-Immortal, and with a full blow it was enough to make ordinary Immortal unbearable. The 15 elders resisted with all their might before Chun-Ching struck. The long-bearded old man almost stood unstable, and blood surged in the fairy body. Chun-Ching shouted in a cold voice, "Leave me away if you don't want to die. Today I'm here to beg for justice. If you persist in retreating, don't blame Lao Zi for destroying the clan." As soon as the statement came out, all Shang Juanzong disciples were in an uproar, and then quickly backed away. The face of the long-bearded old man changed several times, and finally he looked at the elder on the side and winked secretly. Then the 2 elders quickly entered the temple. "I think there must be some misunderstanding in this. Please stop for a while." The long-bearded old man took a deep breath and said slowly. Chun-Ching stopped talking, calm instead, and turned to look at Jian Wushuang, who looked calm. In front of the main hall, in the center of the square, there was a short silence. After a few breaths, Jian Wushuang moved, and he moved forward slowly. Gu Ting on the side brows. For some reason, every time he sees Jian Wushuang, he will involuntarily become nervous, as if he is staring into an unknown abyss, unable to explore. At the same time, Gu Ting's heart also has a faint expectation. What kind of existence is Jian Wushuang, who can make Wushuang's first and second in command willing to go with him? Soon, he saw an almost unimaginable scene. Jian Wushuang was alone, facing more than a dozen Shang Juanzong elders, just raised his hand and flicked them all away. More than a dozen Shang Juanzong elders who had been immersed in Yanxian for countless years, all flew out, smashed the door of the palace heavily, and then rolled into the hall. Chapter 5057. The facade of the quaint and solemn hall was smashed with dozens of holes, which was ridiculous and funny. More than a dozen elders, Yanxian, all turned into a ground gourd. They didn't even have time to release Yanli. They were lying like old dogs in the hall. Dead silence, silent, dead silence. Nearly 1,000 disciples who came to the great hall of Shengzhenzong all had a panoramic view of this scene, completely dumbfounded. Their elders, who are highly respected and unfathomable in strength, are actually drawn into a gourd. Gu Ting was dumbfounded and even blinked hard, trying to see if it was an illusion. This is too unimaginable. With just a slap, more than a dozen immortals flew away. Looking around, except Dian immortals, I am afraid that even quasi-Dian immortals can't do it. But right now, this scene actually happened. Zhuzi looking for death. The 13 elders of Shang Juanzong rushed out of the hall and blasted towards Jian Wushuang, headed by the long-bearded old man. At this moment, time seemed to stagnate, and the perception of every cultivator and disciple present seemed to slow down. Only Jian Wushuang, his actions remained the same. He stepped up one step at a time. Seeing the elders who came from all directions, he seemed uninterested, but he still raised his hand, "Feel free." Sword intent. Puff! A clear, tearing sound came into the ears of every monk present. Then the 13 elders snorted at the same time and flew out again. As they fell to the ground, the colorful blood of the gods spilled down the jade steps, forming a blood path. The 13 elders and 13 Yanxian all had their right arms abolished at that moment. Divine blood flowed from their broken arms, dyed with red jade steps. Only fear was left in their eyes, holding the broken arm and backing continuously. Jian Wushuang, who was wearing a tooth-white uniform, still did not get a trace of blood stains, and moved forward slowly, climbing up the steps. "I will give you one last chance. Should I die here for unknown reasons, or let your sect master come out?" Jian Wushuang said quietly without any waves. The headed, long-bearded old man was holding his broken arm, his face pale. "Junior, do you know this is an enemy of my entire Shang Juanzong?" "So what?" He raised his brow. "Chun-Ching, here comes the sword. Come." On the square, Chun-Ching laughed and drew out the real sword from his waist and threw it at Jian Wushuang. Zhang dash! The true sword screamed, broke through the clouds and mist, and fell straight into his hands. As if seeing his intention, the long-bearded old man trembled in his heart and lost his voice. No! But it was too late. Jian Wushuang used his hand to lead the sword, bursting out the most brilliant trend. At this moment, it seemed to be broken for thousands of days, and the fringe-like strength was flowing and blooming. All monks, Yen Xian couldn't look directly at him. A sword slashed out, and the hall that stood up for countless years was shattered. Carved beams and painted buildings turned into ruined walls. Pavilions are broken into powder. The flow of order, heaven, collapsed and collapsed, no longer existed. One sword destroyed the sect. The fringe-like strength of Yen was spilt, and all the disciples of Shang Juanzong opened their eyes, and then their faces were pale. The pavilions, terraces, and pavilions have become flat ground, and everything is gone. Chun Qing was extremely excited with his boxing palm, and after a glance with Chun Xiu, he went to Jian Wushuang's side. Gu Ting was completely shocked. His chest fluctuated violently. This scene was too shocking. The foundation of Shang Juanzong turned into dust under the sword. He has a strong intuition that Shang Juanzong is in danger today. Before the shattered hall, Jian Wushuang returned the sword to Chun Qing, and without seeing the deadly elders of Shang Juanzong, he walked straight into the ruins. His goal is to find Cui Jing, Wei Liujia, and Feng Shan. No one can stop them. Soon, Jian Wushuang stopped moving forward, because there was a small and rickety figure that blocked his way forward. "You can't move forward anymore," said the thin, rickety figure with a hoarse and firm voice. "Of course you can. Return the 3 Yangtzeans you shouldn't touch. I won't go into further details." Jian Wushuang said simply. Unexpectedly, the rickety figure shook his head. "It is no longer possible. The Shangzhenzong Tiandian was destroyed by you. Enough to offset the lives of the 3 Yangtzeans." Jian Wushuang sneered coldly. "It seems that you don't plan to hand them over? You guys please come back, otherwise the consequences will definitely not be acceptable to you." Rickety figure continued. "Chun Qing, Chun Xiu, do it." Jian Wushuang snorted coldly. King Chunqiu responded without any hesitation and went straight forward. And the mysterious, rickety figure also set off. His figure is extremely agile, like a ghost, brazenly responding. With 2 fists and 4 palms, the horrible force of power swept directly like a torrent. OM! Like the great sound of ancient times, it resounds through the sky, and it can be empty. Under the impact of Chun Qing and Chun Xiu, the rickety figure was carried down abruptly without taking a step back. Then he shook his arms and flew Chun Qing and Chun Xiu tens of feet away. "Looking for death!" Chun Qing screamed, blasting out with a fist, piercing the sky with his fist, causing the sky to change. And Chun Xiu also started, a short sword with purple patterns all over his body, protruding from his sleeve, and stab forward fiercely. This is the full blow of the 2 pinnacles. Rickety figure stood in place, did not evade, chose to resist the blow hard. Boom! The ruins and broken walls were instantly shattered into powder, and all the disciples of Shang Juanzong who were present were all retreats, and were scattered to pieces. The rickety figure, back 10 feet, cut a dagger deep into his heart, dripping with blood, dripping on the ground. "Let's go." Jian Wushuang gave a deep cry before moving forward. "You can't go." The rickety figure opened his arms and tried to stop. Jian Wushuang no longer paid attention to him, stretched out his hand to release Yan Labilian to bind him, and then walked to the depths of the ruined wall. The entire Shangzhenzong Hall and even the plains were completely disrupted, creating a doomsday scene. One sword destroyed the great hall of Shang Juanzong. Jian Wushuang did not rush to kill, but followed the Ryuro breath and walked into the depths of the great hall. "Does it have to be so?" A low, Ryuro voice resounded from the ruins, with a certain bewitching aura. Jian Wushuang stopped and looked forward indifferently. After a few breaths, The entire space was trembling, and then strands of gray power appeared like mist and then gathered into a black robe figure. This black robe was slender and extremely skinny, and his face was extremely weird like a skeleton. I have no intention of destroying your Shang, Juanzong. I just came to find my friends. Jian Wushuang said, Let them return, and I will return. A long wind arose from the ruins, making everything strange. Chapter 5058. Hypo was silent, his eyes fixedly looking at Jian Wushuang. You guys, are you here to prevent my son from ascending the place of dying immortal? When Jian Wushuang heard the words, his heart sank, and he felt bad. Say, where are they? If you don't tell, Shang Juanzong has one count, and it will definitely die miserably. The figure of the black robe is the sect master Qin Zun of Shangjuan, and Qin Tuo is the son of his seat. Facing Jian Wushuang's yelling question, he turned a deaf ear, and his eyes began to show anger. All the elders of Shang Juanzong. The disciples followed the orders and rushed to the Tinga quickly to capture and kill the invading enemy. Jian Wu was cold. Do you want all the disciples of the whole school to bury you? It is you. Qin Zun said angrily, You are nothing but a little Yanxian, and I can kill you by flipping my hands. Jian Wushuang was disgusted and directly raised his hand and drew a palm towards him. Unparalleled strength swept up in an instant, carrying Wanjin's momentum to cover it. Qin Zun also reacted and suddenly raised his arms, soaring into the sky, directly smashing Jian Wushuang's offensive. As the sect master of Shangjuan, he had already understood his immortal style several years ago, and he was only a short distance from dying immortal. Facing Jian Wushuang, who was only the realm of immortality, he naturally didn't put it in his eyes. But afterwards, Qin Zun realized how absurd his ideas were. Jian Wushuang was uncharacteristically. His eyes rushed forward with a touch of blood. Its speed was so fast that when Qin Zun reacted, a heavy fist slammed his chest. A crisp bone cracking sounded. His chest sank directly, and then his whole figure flew upside down and fell into the ruins. Jian Wushuang's figure was like a ghost, and the moment Qin Zun landed, he had already arrived in front of him, and he slammed down again. The clear bone crack sounded again. Even if Qin Zun was a quasi-dying immortal, the immortal body was so strong that he was still inferior to Jian Wushuang after all. The dust flew up, and violent shock waves waved up. All the elders of Shang Juanzong, who came after hearing Qin Zun's orders, and his disciples were afraid to step forward. The blood is lingering, almost like a sea of blood. This is Jian Wushuang's way of killing, and only his way of killing can burst out such pure blood. In 10 breaths of time, a total of 10,000 punches hit Qin Zun's immortal body without fail. When Jian Wushuang stopped, he was already dying. The fairy bones were smashed to pieces and could never be recovered in a short time. Slowly exhaling a turbid breath, he raised his hand and threw Qin Zun like a dead dog from a distance, and then stared at the ground under his feet. Adding to the way of killing, Jian Wushuang's sensitivity to blood has reached an unprecedented level, and he smelled the unrest on the ground under his feet. This is the most central part of the Great Hall of King Juanzong, and it is also the place where the strength and blood is strongest, and Qin Tuo's hiding place is very likely here. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang no longer hesitated, turning his right hand together, and an invisible sword appeared. Then he thrust the invisible sword into the ground heavily. The next moment, the whole fairy mountain was shaking, and an indescribable wave broke out. All the elders and disciples of Shang Juanzong were attired from Baizhang again. Even Qin Qing and Chuanqiu could not stop and were forced to withdraw from Baizhang. The fairy clouds receded. The whole towering fairy mountain was densely covered with cracks, and the pure meaning of red gold flowed in the cracks. Then the fairy mountain shattered and turned into heavy rocks and fell into the mountain stream. As the fairy mountain shattered, a mass of blood rose from it like a scorching sun. The blood was chaotic, exuding a weird color, and the center was a dark black that couldn't be seen directly, and even Jian Wushuang could not see what was hidden in it. But the breath that this blood radiated seemed to have crossed that hurdle. Along with this blood qi ascending, the entire heaven plane was infiltrated with blood qi and turned dark red. Jian Wushuang frowned, and he felt the inexplicable familiarity again. The blood qi gradually dissipated, and the chaos at the center was a figure. He was Qin Tua, who had his head severed earlier. At this moment, his whole body is covered with dark red dense lines, and in the void behind him, there is a round of closed-eye wheels hanging high. The aura that Qin Tua exudes far surpasses that of Yanxian and truly reaches the realm of Dianxian. Although there is only a short line between Yanxian and Dianxian, it is an unimaginable gap. 99% of Yanxian can't break through. Only Yanxian with less than 1 point can ascend the place of Dianxian. The difficulty of this is impossible to describe. Jian Wushuang frowned. At this moment, he didn't care if Qin Tua was Dian Immortal. What he worried most was the whereabouts of Cui Jing and the others. Is this the thought that Dian Immortal can control? It's really wonderful. Qin Tua smiled slyly, then looked forward. With eyes facing each other, Qin Tua took the lead in attacking. With a flick of his hand, the chain of heavenly Tao constructed by Yanli was directly wound towards Jian Wushuang. The sword intent was brilliant, rising into the sky. Facing the chain of heaven and earth, millions of sword intents gathered on the front line, brazenly responded. Zhang dashed the heavens and the earth trembled, and at this moment the chains of the heavenly Tao were directly shattered, and the millions of sword intents were cast away, directly strangling Qin Tua. The dark red blood surged directly into a collision. Not only that, the huge I will hanging in the void behind Qin Tua also slowly opened at this moment. The vertical pupil is cold without any emotions, and some are just bewitching and intriguing. With the opening of this eye chakra, everything quietly changed. Whenever he stares at him, even Yanxian is directly lost. At this moment, all the disciples and even the elders of Shang Juanzong were lost, and then frantically fighting each other. Gu Ting was shocked, and he was almost lost, but Chun Qing slapped him back into reality and watched this scene in shock with his face covered. Don't look at that eye. I can save you once, but I may not save you a second time. After Chun Qing asked him, calm and said nothing. After working together to build the barrier, Chun Xiu looked at Jian Wushuang's back with concern. This kind of bewitching power was too weird, and you might get lost if you were not careful. Once Jian Wushuang gets lost, things will probably become completely uncontrollable. Facing the bewitching eye wheel, Jian Wushuang frowned. As the great perfection of divine mind, he can naturally feel the bewitching power emanating from the eye chakra, which mainly erodes divine thought. If ordinary Yanxian is careless, I am afraid he will get lost. Are you confused enough? Jian Wushuang frowned, then raised his hand and slapped it. This slap, with infinite sword intent, like a hurricane, easily cut the chains of the heavens and came to Qin Tua's immortal body and the huge I will behind him. Qin Tua didn't expect Jian Wushuang to be deceived, nor did he expect that he would counterattack so quickly, so that he didn't even react, and he abruptly withstood the heavy blow. Chapter 50-59. The sky was directly shattered into a deep gully, exposing the void raging by the wind. However, Qin Tua was like a kite with a broken line, flying upside down thousands of feet away, smashing several gods and celestial mountains to stop his figure. Sword intent hovered all over the sky, pointing directly at Qin Tua. The I will in the void looked at everything like a totem. You want to die. Qin Tua roared and walked out of the broken fairy mountain. He waved his arms, rushing out one after another with powerful force, entwining Xiang Jian Wushuang. Noisy. Jian Wushuang looked coldly, stretched out his hand and shook it, and immediately crushed all the entangled Yanli. Then he rushed towards Qin Tua. With a heavy blow, the fist pierced the air, and all the blood mist was instantly cleared. This is a punch that contains the way of killing, enough to make Dian Immortal even unable to bear it. However, Qin Tua resisted. His entire chest collapsed and shattered, and tassel-like strength poured into the void. He couldn't believe that a little Yanxian could cause such a heavy injury to him. Between Yanxian and Dianxian, that sky can't be crossed at all, let alone harm Dianxian. But now it actually happened. Divine blood spurted and the fairy body shattered. But after only a few dozen breaths of time, all healed. In Qin Tua's eyes, only madness remained. He has been suppressed by Jian Wushuang. Even if he is still passive even when he is in Dianxian, this makes him almost crazy. The boundless, dark, red blood, mist condensed into chains, smashed from the void, penetrating every inch of the earth, the fairy mountain. The elder Shang, Juanzong, who had been lost, and his disciples did not dodge at all, staring blankly at the void, and then being pierced by chains falling from the sky, turning them into powder. Jian Wushuang frowned, and the invisible sword condensed again, piercing the void, cutting off the chains. His mother, isn't this beast going crazy? How come he doesn't let his own sect disciple let him go? In the enchantment, Chen Qing was struggling to resist. It should be those eyes that are playing tricks. Try to get them down. Chen Qiu said in a deep voice, looking at the eye while hovering in the void. I want to find a way. Chen Qing gritted his teeth and thought. The true sword draped around his waist was directly out of the sheath, carrying a million sword intent to cut towards the void eye wheel. The dark red eye wheel is extremely huge, almost dividing the sky into two. The pupils are extremely chaotic, and the bewitching breath is emitted from the center of the vertical pupil. Millions of sword intent, condensed into a huge true sword, pierced the strange eye wheel with a shocking shock. The next moment, a treacherous scene appeared. The million sword intent stabbed into the eye chakra without any hindrance, but it was nothing more than that, like a mud cow entering the sea, without causing any explosion. The eye chakra was completely unharmed. No, I'm afraid I'm in big trouble. Chen Qing's lips trembled slightly, as if foreseeing something terrible. Next, as if to confirm his thoughts, the eye wheels in the void suddenly trembled, and then a huge true sword stained with dark red blood fog shot out, returning to the original road and heading straight to Qin Qing. The knot of spring and autumn cut off the world. Run. Qin Qing was shocked and fled directly with Chuanqiu. Boom! The huge true sword fell down. The earth was shattered and thousands of fairy mountains collapsed at this moment. All the elders and disciples who came from Shangjuanzong were buried in the end, leaving no trace. With a panoramic view of this scene, Jian Wushuang turned his head to look at Qin Tua. You think never die? So what? The final result will definitely be your death. Qin Tua said coldly. In that case, it's as you wish. After he finished speaking, the invisible sword in his hand suddenly slashed towards Qin Tua. The void collapsed, endless sword intent galloping horizontally and horizontally. Qin Tua roared. The meridians above the immortal body rose up, and his stature suddenly increased several times. Immediately afterwards, a dark red treasure that shook the sky and the earth condensed behind him. The treasure is too huge, shocking the sky, as if shrouded in clouds and smoke. It is generally unreal. Only the hazy outline can barely be seen. Moreover, the dark red treasure behind Qin Tua was entangled by chains protruding from the void, restricting his movement. As soon as Baoshan came out, his aura climbed several levels steeply, reaching an unprecedented level, and even Jian Wushuang felt the crisis. In the Dian Immortal, and what are you? Qin Tua roared, his 5 fingers stretched out, and hundreds of millions of threads of blood burst out suddenly. Facing the glow that covered the sky, Jian Wushuang walked forward with his hand holding his hand, his eyes indifferent. His whole body has been quietly covered with a light golden glow. easily resisting the blood glow like a needle, like a sword. Qin Tua was secretly surprised. Although he had already reached the realm of Dian Immortal, Jian Wushuang's calmness and determination still made him palpitate inexplicably. Therefore, he decided to make a move, and the dark red treasure behind the chain was restored. Bao Xiang raised his arm, covering Jian Wushuang with a palm large enough to cover the sky. The tremor of the void seemed to be unable to bear this kind of power and might collapse at any time. Rumble. The giant sound pierced the wilds, and the red gold and the dark red collided, and the impact that broke out directly cleared the void, making the entire celestial plane unbearable and beginning to be fragmented. The palm that the dark red treasure smashed was also shattered, and an extremely eye-catching figure resembling the stars of the big sun came to Qin Tua's face in a flash. Yi Jing was too fast, and when he reacted, Jian Wushuang was already standing in front of him. How about Dian Immortal? Along with this indifferent voice fell the coldness of a sword penetrating the fairy body. Qin Tua only felt a burst of unspeakable pain spread all over the limbs, and then he looked down at his chest subconsciously. At the mouth of the heart, an invisible sword was completely submerged, and the blood spewed out. It is an unimaginable scene to cut off the body of Dian Immortal with the power of immortality. Qin Tua wanted to fight back, but found that he couldn't do it even with a single finger. His own power seemed to have found a catharsis, madly used from the broken heart. But Jian Wushuang's eyes were still calm and cold, as if killing a Dian Immortal was a simple matter for him. "Tell you, I will spare you the whereabouts of the 3 Yangtzeans," he said indifferently, his voice beyond doubt. The intense crisis of annihilation made Qin Tua horrified. He opened his mouth. They are all. He didn't finish saying this sentence. He suddenly changed his expression. Savagely, "Want to know their whereabouts? Then go with them." Jian Wushuang realized what was wrong, but it was too late. A Dian Immortal, the power that burst out at the time of life and death, was far beyond imagination. Qin Tua directly embraced him and rushed into the void. There, hovering aside of the eye wheel, the huge dark red eye wheel, exuding a bewildering general trend. It is extremely curious. Chapter 5060. It's like crashing into the water. Rippling layers. Qin Tua pushed Jian Wushuang, plunged into the huge eyes, and disappeared. OM. His eyes were round, and billions of dark red blood burst out. Under this glow, Qin Qing, Chuinqiu, and Gu Ting couldn't make any progress, so they could only fight hard in place. His mother, "I am dead today, and I have to go in too." Chun Qing shouted hoarsely against his blood. The immortal styles came out together, withstanding the great pressure for a while, and then Chun Qing and Chun Qiu plunged into the eye wheel without any hesitation. Gu Ting fought a cold fight, and various complex expressions flashed on his face. After a while, he gritted his teeth abruptly. "Wait for me. I am here too." Here, isn't it the inner world of the eye chakra? The echo was so ethereal and ethereal. Looking into the eyes, this is a mysterious world. Everything is made up of extremely clear mirrors. At this moment, Qin Qing, Chun Qiu, and Gu Ting stand in the world made up of mirrors, with dignified eyes. Where do you think Brother Jian will be? Chun Qiu said worriedly, "Don't worry, that guy won't be able to use the sword brother for a while." Chun Qing said relievedly, "We have to figure out what this place is now." At this moment, Gu Ting, who hadn't spoken for a long time, spoke, and his voice trembled slightly. "Have you noticed any different changes behind you?" Chun Chuinqiu was puzzled, and turned his head to look subconsciously. Behind them, 3 figures emerged from the world in the mirror, and after seeing the faces of the 3 figures, even in the relatively calm spring and autumn period, I couldn't help but explode. How could this be us? The 3 figures that emerged from the world in the mirror are the same as those of Qin Qing, Chun Qiu, and Gu Ting, and they are exactly the same. Even their walking posture is exactly the same. It is precisely because of this that Chuinqiu is instantly alert. There is weirdness here. I am afraid these guys have been copied. Be careful. Chen Qiu warned in a low voice. In the next moment, the three figures who walked out of the world in the mirror moved, rushing in instantly like a ghost. Be careful! Chun Qing shouted angrily, and then released the Yanli barrier with 5 fingers and halberds. But on the other side, the headed Chun Qing also moved. He also raised his arm and exploded with a violent and swift force. The 6 body shapes started fighting. At the same time, Jian Wushuang, who was dragged into the world of eyes by Qin Tua, also encountered this kind of crisis. Qin Tua didn't know where he had disappeared. Instead, he was replaced by a height and face, all the same as Jian Wushuang. He frowned and stepped back into a defensive posture, and that Jian Wushuang had no wave of brows and eyes, and between the palms of his hands, an invisible sword exuding a touch of golden light appeared. Jian Wushuang raised his brows. He didn't expect that this image could actually condense an invisible sword. The invisible sword is his kendo transformation, and the image can condense the invisible sword. Then it also indicates that Wushuang Kendo has also been controlled. The whole cards are known before they have played against each other, which is extremely tricky for Jian Wushuang. Sure enough, the image of Jian Wushuang has already released the sword intent when the pure golden meaning of Wushuang swordsmanship rises vertically. Unparalleled Kendo, the first style of the galaxy. Star, a sword cut straight, breaking the sky and the earth. The void was cut open by a sky, and the mirror under his feet was instantly shattered, but it was recovering at a faster speed. Jian Wushuang never thought that one day he would feel the taste of his own kendo. Thousands of sky-reaching red golden beams burst. An endless sword intent swept into them. He also moved at this moment. The same is the first style of Wushuang Kendo. A more magnificent and wanton sword intent rises vertically and horizontally, covering the sky and the sun, and the sword intent is brilliant. The two collided, and the great fluctuations directly swept across the sky. Rumble! The mirror world began to collapse and shattered, tearing out the cracks in the sky. The sword intents cancel each other out and vanish. When the dust and smoke dissipated, they looked at each other. Jian Wushuang didn't expect that the image would have copied Wushuang Kendo's books without weakening the power. This is undoubtedly more tricky. If you continue to fight, I am afraid you will fall into stalemate and passivity. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang planned to leave directly, but the image seemed to know his intentions and directly released the second style of Wushuang Kendo, river. As the second style of Wushuang Kendo, the sword meaning of river is the strongest sword besides the sword meaning of lake. Hundreds of thousands of strands of sword intent condensed into a towering tianhe, swept down from the void. This tianhe was so prosperous that it blocked the void, and the terrifying sword intent made everything tremble. This sword is the sword of the pinnacle. Jian Wushuang stared. He felt the crisis. The next moment he also moved. The red gold sword intent was brilliant, rising from his body, quickly converging into a tianhe, and suddenly rushing forward. 2 heavenly rivers, 2 rivers of sword intent, completely collided and broke out. This is the absolute sword intent, enough to easily tear any heavenly plane. Even Immortal can never bear it. The speed of repairing the mysterious world in the mirror couldn't keep up with the speed of destruction. In just an instant, the whole world fell apart. As the fragments flew, the sword intent of the river were dissipated, and the image of Jian Wushuang retreated 100 feet. Jian Wushuang was also quite uncomfortable, and the blood surged in the Xian's body, threatening to suffer severe damage. The pressure of Wushuang Kendo was almost unbearable, even for him. The damage to the image is obviously more serious, and blood has been spilled from the wound. Death-seeking behavior, Jian Wushuang said coldly, and the image seemed to be fully restored in a short time, looking at him coldly. Then a bright golden glow quietly rose from the image and quickly lifted into the sky, turning into thousands of threads of red gold tassels. Jian Wushuang's eyes condensed suddenly, and his steady heart throbbed at this moment. The image turned out to be the strongest sword intended to completely release Wushuang Kendo. Lake-style sword meaning is a sword beyond imagination. It is unstoppable, unable to contend, and can only choose to endure a sword. Once the lake-style sword intent appears again, the consequences will be unimaginable. At the beginning, Jian Wushuang used his own power to cross-border to kill Chang Duoling, the Nine Heavens immortal monarch, who was already the third rank Dayan immortal, and he used the lake-shaped sword intent. One sword kills 3 ranks, already can't imagine. No matter how strong Jian Wushuang is, he is still an immortal after all. Facing the lake-shaped sword intent, he is not sure that he can take it. The radiant red golden flower has turned into hundreds of thousands of tassels, building a heavenly gate. The image of Jian Wushuang was wrapped in Jin Meng, his face was deep and cold, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. But then his expression suddenly changed, and an incredible expression appeared. Chapter 5061. The Tianmen, which represents the sword intent of the lake character, is still being constructed. But the complexion of the image became extremely terrifying, as if it had encountered something uncontrollable. The tooth-white suit on his body suddenly shattered, revealing a symmetrical fairy body. Immediately afterwards, his fairy body suddenly expanded several times, swelling to the extreme. Cracks spread across his fairy body, and the blood of the gods began to spill. Jian Wushuang backed away. He noticed something was wrong and frowned. Could it be that he can't bear the power of the sword intent of the lake character? As if to confirm what he was thinking, the image began to roar in pain. The dark red blood light began to drill out of his fairy body and collapsed. After nearly 10 breaths of time, the image shattered under Jian Wushuang's gaze. As the strongest sword of Wushuang Kendo, it also died with the wind, and even Tianmen did not condense. Good fellow, I actually broke myself to death. Jian Wushuang was thoughtful, but soon became vigilant again. This mirror world was far more treacherous than expected, and he had to be careful. Qin Tua must have not died, but hidden anywhere here. What he has to do now is to catch him. After the collision of the sword intent of the river character, the mirror world in this eye chakra has completely disintegrated, but it is still recovering. Looking at it, it was empty and silent. Jian Wushuang tried to call the names of Qin Qing and Chen Qiu, but there was no answer. Stepping on the mirror reflecting the shadow, he walked slowly. Everything is dead to the extreme. Only the shadow follows. After walking 1,000 steps, Jian Wushuang stopped his figure and suddenly said, "Is it enough?" The next moment, he stomped his foot suddenly, the mirror shattered, and a dark red blood rose up. Qin Tua looked cold. Teng Lin Shukong stared at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't bother to talk nonsense with him. After a 7-star system lit up between his eyebrows, he directly raised his hand to call out Immortal style, a bit of mountains and rivers. The sacred mountain suddenly rose from the ground and turned into a cage for imprisonment, and Tianhe swept into a chain and directly wounded Qin Tua. The sky fire came and burned everything. This is the first time Jian Wushuang has used the immortal style since he walked out of the sea of no edge. He is growing, Xianshi is also growing, and he has long been different from earlier. Qin Tua was imprisoned in the mountains and bound by the Tianhe, but he couldn't get out of it. Jian Wushuang walked slowly in front of him, waved away the burning sky fire, and looked at him calmly. "Where are they?" Qin Tua gritted his teeth. The great horror between life and death has forced him to bow his head for the last time. Seeing that he was still hesitating, Jian Wushuang didn't ask any more, but flicked his fingers and forced a pure sword intent into his very body. Ugh! Qin Tua roared in pain. The wisp of sword intent madly shuttled through the meridian. Every time it passed, the meridian was completely shredded, and the pain even Dianxian could not bear. Jian Wushuang did not speak, but forced one after another sword intent into his fairy body. The blood spurted, and Qin Tuo couldn't hold on any more. They are all in here! He raised his brow slightly when he heard the words, then looked at the world made up of Lingjing, thinking about the truth and falsehood of Qin Tuo's words. After a while, Jian Wushuang's 5-finger halberds opened, and his force was released to blast towards the ground under the mirror. Boom, boom! The earth quickly shattered, and strands of dark, red blood gush out from the broken place. If I dismantled this place and didn't see them, you would definitely be worse than dead, Jian Wushuang said coldly, and then completely released his own power, crushing the sky. Even Qin Tuo trembled with extreme violent generative power. The entire diamond mirror world was on the verge of breaking, but in the next moment, a huge dark red eye wheel came to the void. The bewitching and intriguing aura flew away, staring straight at Jian Wushuang. Disgusted in his heart, a million sword intent suddenly appeared behind him, swept toward the eye wheel. This time, the eye chakra did not swallow and absorb, but let the sword intent strangle and finally shattered into powder. Seeing this situation, Qin Tuo was shocked and couldn't believe it. And with the destruction of the eye wheel, the world that was repaired quickly is no longer being repaired, and it finally collapses. Qin Tuo's breath is also rapidly languishing. The independent world in this squares I will completely collapsed, and they return to the real heavenly plane. On the ruins of Shangjuanzong, Qin Qing, Chen Xiu, and Gu Ting were all surprised. Back? Are you back? Then another bull-like figure fell from the sky and smashed into the ruins. There were 2 more plops. The 2 figures also fell, and they smashed into the back of the bull like a stack of arhats. Cui Jing, and Liu Jia. Qin Qing was startled first, then ecstatic. Good guys, they are all back. Chen Xiu hurried forward to pull them up from the ruins. After detecting that they were all asleep, and there was no major illness, he breathed a sigh of relief. Where is Brother's sword? Qin Qing turned around and hurriedly explored around. Gu Ting pointed his finger forward, swallowing hard, looking in the direction of his fingers. Jian Wushuang stood in the ruins, holding Qin Tuo's neck with one hand, his expression indifferent. The blood of the gods was spilled, and he almost became a blood man, already angrily. Let go of my son. A weak voice sounded, and Shangjuan sect Master Qin Zun stumbled out of the ruins and ran towards Jian Wushuang. But then the way to go was blocked, and a long and narrow short sword smashed his fairy source. Spring and autumn took back the short sword. Qin Zun fell into the ruins and turned into dust. Jian Wushuang didn't pay attention to the situation on that side. All his eyes were on Qin Tuo. After that, Qin Tuo smiled. I really didn't expect that when I boarded Dian Immortal, I would fall into the hands of a Yensian in the end. It's really ironic. After speaking this sentence, he fell directly, and the fairy body was broken into powder. But until then, Jian Wushuang was surprised to find that Qin Tuo didn't even have a fairy source. In other words, his source of immortality has shrunk to a certain extent, almost disappeared. It is not like the source of immortality owned by Dian. Without waiting for Jian Wushuang to study deeply, a transparent diamond crystal, after Qin Tuo's immortal body shattered, hovered in the air and slowly rotated. Jian Wushuang immediately thought of the Lingjing world and the eye wheel that had the power of bewitching. Could it be? What is the connection between them? He was puzzled and reached out to take the diamond crystal. Under the sunlight, each of the 6 sides of Lingjing reflected Jian Wushuang's face. For some reason, after seeing this Lingjing, the vague familiarity in his heart suddenly became stronger. But Jian Wushuang was almost certain that he had never seen this Lingjing. No. Is it possible that this diamond crystal is a bone armor with a pattern of heavenly characters carrying Master's message? Chapter 5062. But soon, this idea was rejected by him. The form of the bone armor of the Tianzi pattern was very simple, and they all used some kind of unknown bone fragments as the carrier to depict unknown characters. Moreover, judging from the Tianzi pattern bone armor in his hand, the existence of each one was too old and barren. Jian Wushuang guessed that the existence of these heavenly character bone armor was beyond imagination, and it was very likely that it was farther away than the Wangu era. It was precisely because of the record that the form of the bone armor with the sky character pattern related to Xian Yi's news was too single that he became more and more sure that the diamond crystal in his hand could never be the carrier of words. But what about this inexplicable sense of familiarity? Jian Wushuang frowned, rubbing the six-sided diamond with his hands. Only then did he realize that when viewed from a certain angle, there was a vertical pupil in the center of the six-sided diamond crystal. The vertical pupil is very vivid, as if it contains life, and when Jian Wushuang casts his eyes, he looks at him, almost while looking at each other. He only felt that an irresistible corrosive and bewitching power quickly cannibalized his own spiritual thoughts. Jian Wushuang was startled, and directly used Yuanrong's spiritual mind to forcibly offset the bewitching power. At this time, Cui Jing's urgent voice sounded. "Big Brother Jian, are you okay?" He looked up and found that Cui Jing and Fengshan were all around him, all looking at him eagerly. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. It's fine if you are all here." "Scared us. Boss, you stood there for 2 or 3 hours. We thought you were going to break through." Fengshan said grinningly, "I didn't realize something was wrong until I saw your pale face." Two or 3 hours? Jian Wushuang's heart was shaken, and he clearly understood the importance of this. Obviously, things were done in an instant, and 2 or 3 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. There was only one possibility. When he stared at the vertical pupil in the Lingjing, he had actually been involuntarily dragged into the illusion. But because his spiritual thoughts had been melded, the vertical pupil was unable to confuse him in the next step. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief, and already had a vague understanding of the true diamond pupil in his palm. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible to be mastered by Qin Tuo or even Shang Juanzong. It is too weird. For some reason, the familiar feeling in Jian Wushuang's heart became stronger. But beyond that, nothing else is known. After hesitating for a while, Jian Wushuang still put this Lingjing True Eye into his arms. "I really didn't expect that the entire sect would kill each other to the point of extermination," Qin Qing said with emotion. "That's good. We will kill the province." Looking back at last, Jian Wushuang took Qin Qing and the others around to leave the entire heaven plane that had been reduced to ruins. As a first-class superpower in the Great Division, the power of Shang Juanzong has covered nearly 15 celestial planes, and the children of the sect have also been cultivated in various celestial realms. But after this battle, the core of Shangjianzong was reduced to ruins, and the elders of the suzerain fell. Shang Juanzong fell. Cui Jing, Fengshan, Wei Liujia, and others all returned to the six-day realm without any problems. For Jian Wushuang, this was just a small episode after he woke up, and there was no shocking battle. There was only one Lingjing true pupil that made him uneasy. After returning to Ziyagyishi, just as Jian Wushuang was about to investigate the Lingjing true pupil, Ziyagyishi immediately came to Ziyagyishi. "No, Brother Jian, you should be prepared. Uncle Yu is coming from the heavenly court to see you." After strolling into the hall and finding that everyone was there, the little emperor straightened his clothes and said with a serious face, "Chen Qiu," and the others looked at each other, then looked at Jian Wushuang together. Jian Wushuang was also slightly surprised, not sure what Uncle Yu meant by coming to him. After a moment of thought, he nodded, then got up. "Brother, let's go with you." Cui Jing got up and said. Jian Wushuang shook his head. "No, I'll be back when I go, no big problem." "Let's go. Uncle Yu has been waiting for a long time." Ziyagyishi raised his brows and smiled. Then the two walked away and soon disappeared. Big brother Jian is going to be no problem, right? Shui Jing stood in front of the hall and said with some worry, "If there is any problem, even if the Emperor Zhenliang is here, Brother Sword will be able to do well." Chen Qing said confidently, "Let's continue to practice diligently and catch up with Brother Sword." Stepping into Degushin, Jian Wushuang has been frowning, as if thinking of some scene. He found that there seemed to be some kind of fault in his memory, and there was a memory in the middle that was blurred, and he couldn't remember what happened in the end. He only vaguely remembered that Uncle Yu was extremely powerful. At the end of the Sea of No Edge, Uncle Yu showed up and took him out of the Sea of No Edge. However, the memory after the borderless sea has become very vague, and it is impossible to know it even after careful recollection. Are some of these memories related to Uncle Yu? Jian Wushuang frowned. He naturally thought that his memory might have something to do with Uncle Yu. Perhaps seeing his concerns, Xiao Dijuan smiled and said with relief, "Don't worry too much. Uncle Yu is here this time to give you something that you left with him." "I hope so," Jian Wushuang answered. At the same time, he also had some worries in his heart. You must know that what was stored in the Boyang bottle was not only the true soul of the three emperors, but also his chances and trump cards. Regardless of whether any of these things were discovered by Uncle Yu or Zhenliang, the consequences would be insignificant. Therefore, Jian Wushuang's heart was still a little solemn. When he set foot in the temple where the little emperor was, an old man in black robe seemed to have been waiting here for a long time, and smiled. "Little friend, long time no see." Jian Wushuang bowed his hand in return, met Uncle Yu. "You don't have to look outside. Let's take a seat." Uncle Yu smiled, and then directly took him into the seat. Xiao Dijuan also sat down next to Uncle Yu and said with a smile, "Uncle Yu, why are you willing to leave heaven and come to me?" Uncle Yu smiled and said, "Of course there are important things to tell. Otherwise, how can I travel the heavens leisurely? If something happens, let me hear if it's good for me." He blinked, slightly excited. Uncle Yu smiled and shook his head. "This time without your part. I'm here this time mainly to return some things for the little friend, the things he left with me." With that, Uncle Yu stretched out his hand and wiped it from his waist, and then a small green and white jade bottle was placed on the case. Jian Wushuang's eyes condensed, and his heartbeat quickened. This blue and white jade bottle is nothing but Boyang bottle. Chapter 5063. The Boyang vase can contain 3,000 worlds inside, which is called infinite. It is the companion of Emperor Yangjun, always worn around Jian Wushuang. All the opportunities and things he had next to him after he came to Dianhuan were all hidden in the Boyang bottle. Right now, seeing the Boyang vase again, Jian Wushuang stretched out inexplicably. Xiao Daijin's expression was also unnatural for a moment, but then he still smiled and said, "Uncle Yu, from the heavenly court to the sixth heaven realm is very far away. You must be a little tired, right? I've already prepared a good wine." Uncle Yu waved his hand, then looked at Jian Wushuang softly. "Little friend, this thing belongs to you." He nodded. "That's good. Now that the things return to the original owner, the old man is relieved." Uncle Yu said with a smile. Jian Wushuang arched his hands in thanks, and quickly retracted the Boyang bottle. He added, "Oh, yes, your little bottle, I haven't opened it. It's always in its initial state." Just after investigating, Jian Wushuang knew that the Boyang bottle had indeed not been opened, and the silky sealed aura still existed on it. He breathed a sigh of relief, then solemnly bowed his hands in thanks. Uncle Yu smiled and nodded. "You don't have to be polite, little friend. This is what the old man should do. You see if there is anything missing in it." Jian Wushuang didn't even look at it, and he tied the Boyang bottle directly around his waist. Uncle Yu joked, "It's already my blessing to be able to deliver the things that the kid lost to the kid's hands." But he became a real villain. Uncle Yu laughed at the words. "Interesting, interesting. Don't be funny. You just come here to give a small bottle?" Zaya Audijin shook him. "Did you bring any baby?" You really can't hide anything from you, Uncle Yu said helplessly. Of course I brought you a baby. Take it out quickly, take it out quickly. Xiaotajin looked extremely anxious. This time the baby is not ordinary. Uncle Yu seemed quite mysterious. He stretched out his hand and brushed it casually, and suddenly a palm-sized jade box fell on the case. Jian Wushuang's eyes moved slightly, and he roughly guessed what was in the jade box. The little emperor couldn't wait to open the lid of the box, and the hall was full of glory, and the colorful shadows rose. The extremely strong medicinal scent has almost condensed into substance, and the smell is refreshing. Inside the jade box, there are 2 pills of pills. The pill is almost transparent, and the supreme luck inside it is like traveling with the clouds, rising and spinning. At a glance, Jian Wushuang understood that these 2 pills must be Zhen Liang's work. Even the value of these 2 pills is higher than that of Emperor Lu Crow's Emperor Pill, because he felt that the air luck contained in these 2 pills had already exceeded the power of evolving immortals and reached a level of another. May I ask, who can condense Daanxian's luck into a pill? Only the Emperor. Opening the jade box, after seeing that the contents of the box were pills, Xiao Dijuan couldn't hide his loss in his eyes. This is nothing unusual. The only person who can despise pills of this level is probably Xiaotajin, ordinary Yanxian. Even if the aptitude is too mediocre, as long as you take one, you will definitely be promoted to Dayanxian within a year. This is how terrifying these 2 pills are right now. Uncle Yu smiled and said, Yenner, just try and leave the rest to. Without finishing a sentence, Xiao Dijuan directly raised his head and ate beans, swallowing 2 pills in his mouth. Eat it, it seems to have no effect. Xiaotajin rubbed his stomach and raised his eyebrows to look at Uncle Yu. Indeed, when the 2 pills fell, the shocking scene that should have appeared did not appear, and even a little mysterious change did not appear. It was like a mud cow entering the sea without a trace. Who made you eat it all? Uncle Yes' eyes twitched. In those 2 pills there is one Wushuang little friend. Xiaotajin's eyes widened. Ah, why didn't you say it earlier? Is it possible that you want me to vomit? Uncle Yu smiled bitterly. Your temper is always so eager. He scratched his head. I am not to blame. Uncle Yu didn't explain it. Immediately afterwards, Uncle Yu looked at Jian Wushuang with an apologetic expression. Little friend Wushuang, this matter is the old man's fault. In the future, I will ask the emperor to give you another one. Jian Wushuang heard the words and hurriedly shook his head. Uncle Yu, absolutely no need. I have not benefited the heavenly court in any way. If I get a pill, I am ashamed of it and I will never bear it. And the 2 pills are given to Xiaotajin. This is the most correct way. Please, also Uncle Yu, not to embarrass the kid. Uncle Yu said with some embarrassment, but this pill is a gift from the emperor, in order to thank you for protecting the little emperor. It's really not necessary. The pill is too precious. The kid can't bear it. Jian Wushuang shook his head extremely firmly. How he didn't understand that the importance of this pill could make Yanxian inevitably join Dayanxian. It was crazy. Once he took this pill, he would have inherited the love of heaven, and this love was too heavy. He would never go back. From the present point of view, the 2 pills were eaten by Xiao Dijuan, but it was a better way to deal with it. Uncle Yu wanted to say more, but Xiao Dijuan said, Okay, Uncle Yu, don't worry about it anymore. It's a big deal to send another one in the future. The top priority at the moment is to go back to the heaven. He couldn't laugh or cry when he heard the words. Good boy, am I just so unwelcome? After a long time, Uncle Yu left. In the huge temple, only Jian Wushuang and Xiao Dijuan remained. Finally gone now, Xiaotajin breathed a sigh of relief, then raised his eyebrows as he watched him. What's the matter? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. Next, Xiao Daijin's actions made his eyes wide open. He stretched out his hand and wiped it into his mouth, and the 2 pills, which contained the supreme fortune, fell into his palm again. Didn't you eat them all? Jian Wushuang asked in shock. Xiaodigin smiled triumphantly. How is it possible? You don't know the condition of my body. For me, this kind of pill will have no effect even if I take 1,000 pills. So, I pretended to eat it and hid it in my mouth. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and placed the 2 pills directly in Jianhui's hands. Rather than let me waste it, it's better to give it to you. Looking at the 2 pills of luck in his hands, Jian Wushuang still sent them resolutely. But Xiao Dijuan is more determined than him. If you don't accept it, then please throw away this pill. To me, these things are just useless garbage. But Jian Wushuang swallowed the words that came to his lips, leaving only a sigh. If you like Wandao Sword Sovereign, please collect it. Wandao Sword Sovereign has the fastest update speed. Chapter 5064. In fact, what he really wanted to say was that these 2 pills, which were supreme for the common immortality, had little effect on him. Because Jian Wushuang is basically certain now, his upper limit is Yanxian. As for Dian Immortal and even the Emperor's position, almost all have no chance with him. Therefore, he couldn't bear the 2 supreme pills that contain the luck of Dian Immortal. But he couldn't say all these things, he could only smile bitterly while holding these 2 pills. I think I will see a Dian Immortal soon, Xiaodigin said with a smile. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. I think it's not that easy. Xiaodigin is not commenting on this. After leaving De Gishan and Jian Wushuang returned to Xiaogishan, Cui Jing and others all surrounded him. Big brother Jian, how about it? Is it from heaven? Did you give me some amazing baby? Faced with these questions, Jian Wushuang patiently answered them one by one. And of course the 2 pills were also said. No, there is such a pill. Cui Jing was completely shocked. Not only Cui Jing, but Chun Qing and others were also shocked. The pill that can make Yanxian inevitably promote to Dianxian actually has it. Chun Qing murmured in shock. Good guy, if this is placed in the eternal unparalleled, I am afraid the entire force of the big division will fight for it. No, this matter cannot be spread, only you can know it. Jian Wushuang said seriously. Upon his reminder, Chun Qing and others realized the seriousness of it. If the news of this kind of Dan Maru spreads out, I am afraid that countless universes will be shaken by it, and Wangu Wushuang is just an auction house and cannot resist too many variables. Therefore, this matter must not be spread. Immediately afterwards, Jian Wushuang waved his hand and placed the 2 pills on the case. These are the 2 pills. I keep them useless. Any one of you needs to pick them up. Chun Qing, Chen Xiao, Cui Jing, Feng Shan, and Wei Liujia all looked at each other and then shook their heads tacitly at the same time. Brother Sword, we don't use this pill. It's not a waste if you use it. Chun Qing said with a smile. Chen Xiao also nodded. Brother Jian, Brother Qin is right. In the past 2,000 years, the few of us only took D-pin pills, no less than a few hundred pills. The medicinal effects are accumulated in the body, enough to support our breakthrough. Yes, you should take this pill, the boss. I'm afraid I can't stand the medicine. Cui Jing waved his hand and said, Fengshan Dezhang is gearing up. I never take medicine in Fengshan, and I am most concerned about the success of everything. Ibid, Wei Liujia said with a smile. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. How he didn't know what they were thinking. Brother Sword, try to break through again. Maybe this is an opportunity. Chun Qing said sincerely, I look forward to where you will grow when you become Dian Immortal. Chen Qiu said with a smile, Yes, Brother Jian, you will grow up soon. But Wugu Wushuang still needs you to cover it. Jian Wushuang shook his head simply. At least for a short time, I want to try to break through the realm of Dian Immortal again. I have more important things to do. These 2 pills are placed in the hall, and whoever has the first opportunity to make a breakthrough at that time must take one. Remember, only if you continue to be strong can you gain a foothold in the boundless universe. At this moment, Chun Qing, Chen Qiu, Cui Jing, Feng Shan, and Wei Liujia all nodded solemnly. It was precisely because they were not strong enough that Qin Tuo led him by the nose and almost suffered irreparable damage. Immediately afterwards, Cui Jingdao, "Boss, there are still important things to do." "What are you talking about? You won't be leaving again, right?" Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. "Don't leave now. Take a good rest and feel for a while before talking." Chun Qing, Chen Qiu, and others looked at each other and then showed a smirk. "If that's the case, let's drink stubbornly for 10 days and 10 nights. It's not so good. My injury seems to have not fully recovered." The long breeze passed by, and the temple stood forever. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was lying on his back on the top of the eaves of the temple, holding a domino in his left hand, staring in a dream. Nearly 20,000 years have passed since the first Tianzi pattern bone armor was obtained. And in these nearly 20,000 years, so many things have happened, so that he didn't even have time to find and unlock the bone armor of the sky. But now, everything has come to an end for the time being, except that Di Qing is still missing. Jian Wushuang has time to find and unlock the secret of the heavenly character bone armor. Now in his hands, he holds 2 bone armors with the sky pattern related to Master Xuani, and there is also a known bone armor in the hands of Yinling Empress. A total of 3 bone armors were not enough to reveal too much useful information. Jian Wushuang guessed that these heavenly character pattern bone armors would never be less than 10. But now that he wants to gather these heavenly characters and bones, it is no different from fantasy. Therefore, Jian Wushuang planned to start with the ciphertext on the known bones and armors in his hands. The ciphertext on this bone armor is too old and barren, can't comprehend it by himself. Therefore, Jian Wushuang immediately thought of that brief conversation with Xiaodijin. It can be said that there are very few difficult and obscure ciphertexts in the entire Big Division domain, not to mention this kind of text that surpasses the ancient Baron. But there are always exceptions to everything. The first-class master craftsman in Desiu, Su Tuo, who lives in the Sansun Mountain, loves casting the most precious treasures and studies difficult and obscure cipher texts. In this regard, Jian Wushuang felt that he could find the craftsman Su Tuo to try. He had already begun to plan to cultivate for a period of time before leaving for Sansun Mountain. Just as Jian Wushuang was thinking about it, Cui Jing's words pulled him into reality. "Hey, brother Jian, when did you have this bracelet on your wrist? Why haven't I seen it before?" Hearing this, he subconsciously looked at his wrist, only to find that he didn't know when he was wearing a bracelet between his left wrist. "Why don't I remember having this bracelet before?" Jian Wushuang was also surprised. The bracelet on his wrist showed a primitive meaning, depicting the water pattern of the mountains, magnificent and majestic. After a moment of contemplation, he began to prepare to remove the bracelet. But soon he discovered that this bracelet is not an extraordinary thing, and it contains breathtaking, imprisoning power. "Is it young Master Yen or Uncle you brought it to me?" Jian Wushuang frowned and thought, but soon these ideas were rejected by him, because there is no fairy tale who can put a bracelet on his wrist without his knowledge. But this kind of thing happened. If it weren't for Cui Jing's reminder, Jian Wushuang didn't even notice the change. Like Wandao Sword Sovereign, please collect it. Wandao Sword Sovereign has the fastest update speed. Chapter 5065. He had an inexplicable intuition that the bracelet seemed to be holding something. But what exactly was imprisoned he didn't know at all. "No, boss, you don't know who gave you this bracelet?" Cui Jing was surprised, and then lowered his voice. "You said, would it be Xiaodijin?" Jian Wushuang did not speak, but he already had a general judgment in his heart. Leaving from the borderless sea, Uncle Yu took him out, and for a while his memory was fragmented, and it was almost impossible to remember what happened. And this simple bracelet was most likely worn on his body during the period of time he was in a coma. As for who did this, Jian Wushuang has already made a rough judgment. But why do they want to put such a thing on me? He frowned, and then, as if he realized something, sat up and started to sit up on the spot. The surging power, like a mountain, like a sea, circulates endlessly in the meridian. Immortal's style, strength, and kendo are all missing, and they have even reached a state of astonishment, unlike the previous ones. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. This bracelet didn't confine anything he owned. It is precisely because of this that he feels weird. Since there is nothing imprisoned, what is the meaning of this bracelet? After contemplating for a while, Jian Wushuang planned to forget this beforehand, and only after seeing the little emperor, he asked him to understand. It has been rare for them to get together for nearly 20,000 years. At this moment, they all sit or lie on the eaves of the temple, resting leisurely. It is rare for Jian Wushuang to stop busy and enjoy a moment of peace. Then, taking advantage of Chuanqiu and the others, he said his plan to leave. Hearing this, Cui Jing got up and said eagerly, "Boss, take me this time. Take me with him." "Go, it's my time this time." Feng Shan twisted his huge body and came over. Fair competition, fair competition. Qin Qing was unwilling to lag behind. Seeing this noisy scene, Jian Wushuang couldn't laugh or cry, and then he said sternly, "It's all quiet. I'm going this time. I don't know when and when I can come back. So I'm afraid you can't walk with me. What you have to do now is to improve your own strength as much as possible. Only in this way can you truly gain a foothold in Dianhuan." At this moment, Qin Qing and others all stood up solemnly and began to ponder. Without exception, they pulled their thoughts into the far future and the broader and unpredictable Dianhuan. Dianhuan is not only an endless blue universe with the ultimate mystery to Jian Wushuang, but also to Qin Qing and others. None of them have taken a big step forward. To see you is too magnificent. Countless Yanxian and even Dianxian never walked out. However, such a big division is just a chestnut in the great development world. Even the spring and autumn period, the son of the former Emperor Wanggu, couldn't imagine the vastness of Dianhuan. Therefore, they all meditated on Jian Wushuang's words, and at the same time they began to discover that outside of the Desai domain, the real Dogwan was. At this moment, Chunkius' gaze became firmer and firmer, and then he said, "Brother Jian, as long as he arrives at Dian Immortal, he can continue to follow you and go to the wider universe outside the Desai area." As soon as this remark came out, the eyes of Qin Qing, Cui Jing, and others also became enthusiastic. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. Of course it is possible to go outside the wider and unpredictable universe, but what you have to do now is to raise your realm to a higher level and reach Dian Immortal. Dian Immortal, except for the Emperor, is the real supreme being, and he can create heaven in his breath. It is an indescribable existence. For Yanxian, boarding Dianxian is an unattainable imagination. You know, the entire vast and boundless Desiu after experiencing the War of Emperors in that ancient age, Dian Immortal is already scarce, or even less than the number of hands. There are even rumors that the upward path has been blocked and cannot be broken. But after seeing Qin Tua, son of the Shangjuan clan, ascended the place of Dian Immortal, they knew that the upward path was not blocked, but it was getting more difficult. Now that Jian Wushuang wants them to ascend to Dian Immortal as soon as possible, isn't it just to prove this from the side? Only by increasing diligence and reaching that kind of height can it be regarded as the true peak. At this moment, with the exception of Jian Wushuang, Qin Qing, Chen Qiu, Cui Jing, Feng Shan, and Wei Liujiao were all nodding their heads. They all had determined their goals in their hearts and set out towards Dian Immortal. Jian Wushuang's words not only motivated them, but also motivated himself to move toward a higher place. As we continue to move forward, new mists have emerged from those long-standing memories. Master Xian Yi, Lao Zun, and the domination of the void universe, almost overwhelming the void god's emperor-devouring and devouring organization. What are their origins, and whether they have left footprints in this ultimate development? These, like layers of mist, enveloped Jian Wushuang's heart. What he has to do now is to remove this layer of fog and let all the truth emerge. So he didn't dare to slacken for a moment, facing the only clue, the heavenly lettering bone armor. He must grasp it. After drinking at the eaves of the temple for dozens of days, Jian Wushuang left alone without letting any Yanxian follow him, as if he had never appeared before. And when he left, he went to find Xiao Dijuan again, and finally left after knowing the approximate location of the master Su Tua's Sansuan Mountain. He couldn't wait any longer for the news about the bone armor of the heavenly character pattern, so he set out again, facing the vast, unknown universe. Jian Wushuang never backed away. Although the Dayside domain is infinite and infinite, almost all of them are divided into 7 pieces, corresponding to the 7 emperors under the seat of Emperor Jinguang. The location of Sansuan Mountain is quite mysterious and erratic. San Siuan Mountain does not belong to any side of the big division domain. It is illusory and cannot be found. I wanted to find the craftsman Su Tua's Yanxian. It was already innumerable, but in the end they could only return sadly. There are rumors that San Siuan Mountain is the most proud treasure of the craftsman Su Tua, built with supreme power. Even if it is Immortal, it cannot be explored, let alone search for it. Xiao Dijuan can only tell the approximate location, which is also not very clear, and the approximate location of Sansa Mountain, but it is precisely in a headache place to Heshan. Domitian is the domain of the second emperor's son-in-law, and is also controlled by the son-in-law who has the deepest grievance with Jian Wushuang. Although San Siuan Mountain does not belong to the Great Heaven, it is adjacent to the Great Heaven, and I don't know where it is. But even so, Jian Wushuang still embarked on the journey towards the vast nothingness. Like Wandao Sword Sovereign, please collect it. Wandao Sword Sovereign has the fastest update speed. Chapter 5066. Because of his first experience, he is no longer lost in the void. The void is vast, but the immortal rushing on the road is extremely sparse. Occasionally, the immortal appears, but it is just a suspicious glance at Jian Wushuang, and then disappears into the void. Relying on his own speed, it would take him not a short time to reach the great sky, and if he relied on the immortal formation left by the Wango era, it would greatly shorten the time. But I don't know if the impression of the immortal formation is not good. Jian Wushuang stubbornly did not choose the immortal formation, but moved forward alone. The universe is horizontal and horizontal, all creeping under him. There are countless creatures and monks who are unwilling to live in each heaven, and these heavens are nothing but a shudder in the vast ocean. The sea shuddered, I don't know where. These feelings stayed in Jian Wushuang's spirit for a while, and then they were erased, and he continued to move forward in silence. Those who can move across countless celestial domains are all immortals. And not all fairy cultivators are good people. They often have vigorous cultivation bases, but are promoted to Dian celestial cultivators who are hopeless, robbing and killing them in the void. It was the same as those Yanxian and top repairers that Jian Wushuang encountered during the Great Voyage. Although Jian Wushuang is still Yanxian, his level of strength has long been terrifying to the extreme. Even the son of Sheng Jianzong, Qin Tua, who was promoted to the position of Dianxian, was killed by him. Therefore, he doesn't care much about the danger hidden in the void. Today, even if he is facing the 9th rank Dian Immortal, he is confident that he can retreat completely. But the less you care, the more the crisis is found. Hey, visitors here, hand over everything on your body. I will let you go. The slightly rough voice resounded, and then a dozen figures suddenly appeared in the void, blocking all of Jian Wushuang's path. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly and stopped. In the vast void, the solitary Yanxian is most vulnerable to robbery. And among these 18 body shapes, there are 7 evangelists, and the rest of them are all deep cultivation bases. These supreme powerhouses who had already stood at the top, but now doing this kind of activity, could not help but make Jian Wushuang disgusted. The head of the 18 figures, a rough-faced man, took the lead. With his halberd pointed at Jian Wushuang, his eyes were extremely arrogant, as if he was looking at what was in his bag. In his opinion, there is no other special place for the young man Yan Xian in front of him, except for his temperament. Jian Wushuang, who looked calm and silent, suddenly smiled. Of course there is. You take it from yourselves, and I will give it to you. Hearing this, the rough-faced man froze for a moment, then was overjoyed and rushed forward. But then a thin Yan Xian suddenly grabbed him and shook his head slightly. Don't be reckless. Lao San, are you stupid? Just a lone Yan Xian. As for this? The thick-faced man threw off the skinny Yangxian's palm and walked towards Jian Wushuang with excitement. The other Yan Xian also moved closer at the same time. Don't play tricks. Honestly hand over all the treasures, and I will let you go otherwise. The rough-faced man suddenly released his vigorous power, and the general trend was unstoppable. Facing such a group of immortals and Ding Xiao, Jian Wushuang's disgust was even worse, but he didn't show it. Immediately afterwards, Jian Wu turned his palms together, and a dark blue pill appeared in his palm. Suddenly, thousands of miles away, they were all filled with a strange fragrance of medicine. The colorful shadow, centered on Jian Wushuang, is extremely rich. When this pill was born, all the immortal and top repairers had their eyes rounded instantly incredible. This pill was beyond their imagination. Even if they hadn't seen it before, all of the pill exuded air fortune told them that it was a great fortune. All Yan Xian became enthusiastic. Almost all of them involuntarily rushed to that pill. But the next moment, the sudden change occurred. A wisp of sword intent that was so soft that it was almost impossible to see floated up like a feather, spinning and dancing. Time seemed to stagnate for a moment. Before all the crazy Yan Xian and the enthusiasm in Dinxius' eyes had dissipated, he only felt a chill in his neck and heart, and then he lost his breath. That soft sword intent killed 6 immortals and 11 repairers within one breath. If you look carefully, you can see that their source of immortality has been broken and cannot be reshaped. The heads with fanaticism in their eyes fell into the void, and then they were torn to pieces by the void wind. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly as he converged to Huameng. He didn't care about these dead Yanxian corpses, but looked into the distance. There, a skinny figure had escaped hundreds of millions of miles away. As early as when Jian Wushuang took out the pills, the skinny Yanxian escaped without hesitation, and had already escaped a long distance. It's really good stuff to be a scout, Jian Wushuang murmured. Even though he said that, he didn't intend to let go of this small change. And the location where the skinny Yan Xian escaped was also the direction of the sky. Jian Wushuang naturally chased it up. At this moment, wisps of cold sweat flowed from the sideburns of the thin Yan Xian, and he almost tried his best to escape. He didn't even dare to turn his head, almost lost his soul. If it weren't for caution, I'm afraid he would be dead now. Now, with 18 figures, he was the only one who escaped from birth, and couldn't help but secretly rejoice. But fortunately, it didn't last long. The skinny Yan Xian looked back subconsciously, and by this look, he almost lost his soul. The face was calm, and while waving his hands, he killed 6 Yan Xian and 11 young Xian who had been in the top repair. At this moment, he rushed towards him. Desperate spread, and the skinny Yan Xian felt cold in his hands and feet, and trembled all over. An unspeakable murderous intent quietly swept across. But this Sun Lun killing intent was not released by Jian Wushuang. Sun cold, domineering. This killing intent instantly filled millions of miles. Jian Wushuang also stopped at the right time and raised his eyebrows slightly. This is killing intent, but also sword intent. Being able to cover such a wide distance in an instant is already extraordinary. Do you have to rush to kill? Can't you be softer? It was like the voice of 9 days falling floating, with a bit of questioning cold, coming towards Jian Wushuang. In the form of voice, countless ice crystal sword intent fell, and the potential could disappear. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. He stretched out his hand, and the endless breeze swept up into the sky. When the two collided, countless ice crystal sword intent was like a mud cow entering the sea, and they disappeared in an instant. But the sweeping breeze cleared all the chaos of the void, making the voice in the dark nowhere to hide. Like Wandao Sword Sovereign, please collect it. Wandao Sword Sovereign has the fastest update speed. Chapter 5067. The chaotic void wind dissipated, revealing a rather thin figure. He wore a long sword at his waist. Dressed in a black uniform, his face was extremely clear, and his eyes were like cold swords, bursting with cold light. In the first confrontation, the thin body of the long sword at the waist fell into a low position, which made him very unhappy and somewhat unbelievable. But he quickly concealed his emotions and looked at the skinny fairy who was kneeling beside him, shaking like chaff. Then he said, "Hey, why is he killing you?" The skinny Yensian trembled, almost paralyzed in the air, and said in a trembling voice, "No, I don't know, but he is bloodthirsty and easy to kill. All of my companions have died in his hands. If I were not running fast, I'm afraid it has already been poisoned. The bloodthirsty for no reason is easy to kill." The thin figure obviously didn't believe his one-sided words, turned his head to look at Jian Wushuang, and said loudly, "Is what he said is true?" So what? Jian Wushuang said quietly, "Good fellow, unexpectedly let this seat run into an unruly guy," said the thin body Shinshin. "In that case, then you pay the price you deserve." With the fall of this sentence, an unprecedented sword intent broke out, rising vertically and horizontally, causing the void to vibrate. Under this sword intent, the skinny Yensian, who was shaking like chaff, was directly stunned. Facing this sword intent, Jian Wushuang's gaze also condensed. He felt a kind of power fluctuation that did not belong to Yensian. This unremarkable fellow is actually a Dayan Immortal. You know, the entire Desiyu, after experiencing the War of Emperors, Dayan almost disappeared. However, Jian Wushuang encountered Dayan Immortal one after another, and almost all of them were opposites, which made him very helpless. A Dayan Immortal is nothing to Jian Wushuang, who has experienced the terrifying tempering of the Sea of No Edge. But a Dayan Immortal who has a deep understanding of Kendo is enough to give him a headache. Moreover, only from the sword intent he burst out. Jian Wushuang did not dare to underestimate it. The thin figure drew up the sword, drew the sword's mighty glory, and directly covered it down. Jian Wushuang didn't want to fight too much, so he directly released Wushuang Kendo. Xinghe Lake Sea Sword Intent, the first style. Star. The unremarkable straight cut, as the beginning of the whole spectrum of Wushuang Kendo, is a rare sword intent focused on explosion. A sword smashed into the void, and at the same time thousands of on-pillars erupted and swallowed everything. The lean figure was amazed, and he rushed towards Jian Wushuang, completely disregarding the sword intent of his body being cut off. Seeing this weird scene, Jian Wushuang browsed slightly. He obviously didn't expect the guy to rush towards him like a bull. This undoubtedly disrupted his thoughts. But Jian Wushuang did not back down, instantly adjusted his state, and took the lead. Wushuang Kendo, Zingehu He Jianyani, the second style. River. The towering Tianhe, the broken void flowing from every crack, and then gathered and roared. Under this sword, even Dayan would feel his own insignificance. What a powerful sword! The thin body unabashedly praised and said, "In that case, I also want you to see the strongest sword." A more chilling breath suddenly swept through, centering on the thin figure. The void was directly torn apart. Then countless sword intent gathered behind him into a big day. The bright sun, which contains 9 red golden sun rays, circulates behind him like a golden wheel, facing the majestic river-shaped sword intent. His thin figure suddenly raised his sword. What Jian Feng pointed to was unstoppable. At this moment, the golden wheel behind him burst out with the most dazzling golden light. among which 9 Qijin Rihue burst out, turning into 9 true swords moving forward. What? Jian Feng pointed to. Even the Tianhe, composed of countless pure sword intents, began to shatter. The 9-handed true sword turns into a hot sun, slashing all kendos. Jian Wushuang condensed his eyes, his heart was shocked. This is the first time that apart from Zijiangxian's kendo, there are other kendos that can compete with Wushuang kendo. As the river-shaped sword intent shattered and dissipated, the 9 true swords that looked like the blazing sun also turned into nothingness. Jian Wushuang didn't care about it, but stared at that dying immortal. The thin figure looked extremely excited. Happy, I didn't expect that a Yanxian would actually rely on kendo to suppress my head. Jian Wushuang looked at him without speaking. Who did your kendo come from? Or did you comprehend it yourself? The thin figure continued to excitement, apparently forgetting the original intention. It's not that I am arrogant. Those who can fight against my sword never exceed the index. I didn't expect that you can not only fight against me, but also crush me. It really is not easy. Jian Wushuang looked at him. Is that enough? The thin figure was startled, but instead of getting angry, he scratched his head and said, Misunderstanding. It should have been a misunderstanding just now. Since it's a misunderstanding, don't stand in my way, he said quietly. Also, the guy you are protecting is not a good thing. Takes the fun of killing Shan Yanxian. I happened to run into me, so I just wiped it out. The thin figure was startled again, even though his face turned cold. I thought this guy was not a good thing. It really is. When the voice fell, he raised his hand and directly picked up the thin Yanxian who had passed out, and then unscrewed his head without any hesitation. Taking another look at the thin figure, Jian Wushuang turned and left. There is still a long journey before devotion, and he doesn't need to waste any time. After passing through the thousands of heavens alone, Jian Wushuang stopped again and then looked back. I saw the thin figure with the skinny Xianxian head in one hand, and then followed. What are you doing with me? Jian Wushuang frowned, already a little unhappy. The thin figure smiled, and some said embarrassedly, I had a misunderstanding before. I would like to accompany you. There is no misunderstanding. If what he said is true, what I said is false. He said, it's all one-sided words, how to tell? Sword. Sword intent, the thin figure said suddenly and firmly. Your sword intent will not lie to me. You can use such a pure sword intent to evolve the immortal. If there is impurities in your mind, you will never realize this kind of sword. Okay, the matter has been exposed. I will continue on my way. You don't have to follow me anymore. Jian Wushuang left this sentence before turning around and leaving. He threw the head in his hands into the void. His thin figure looked at the leaving back, and after weighing it repeatedly, he still caught up. This little friend, can you ask where you are going? How about we go together? No way. Like Wandao Sword Sovereign, please collect it. Wandao Sword Sovereign has the fastest update speed. Chapter 5068. The Vast Void, the Endless Universe. Even if the fairy yin shuttles through the void, it is dangerous. Traveling together is a better way to deal with danger. Little friend, I have to admit that your kendo is extremely good, but judging from your current realm, you still have to be more stable. The thin figure is quite ridiculous. Relying on his being Dian Immortal, he has repeatedly approached Jian Wushuang. Finally, Jian Wushuang was a little bit intolerable. Don't you think, to me now, the biggest threat is you? You think you are wrong, little friend. It's absolutely impossible for this seat to be that kind of immortal. The thin body said righteously. Jian Wushuang didn't want to spend any more words anymore. He could feel that this guy was just a pure talk. He didn't know how many years he hadn't spoken before he kept chattering. It wasn't until Jian Wushuang had reduced some of his hostility that he shut up with satisfaction. But soon he sighed again. It's a blessing to be accompanied by a like-minded little friend. I don't know how long I haven't spoken. Have you been like this all the time? Jian Wushuang suddenly said, doing things in the void of the big universe. Not at all. It's mainly because I like to make injustices. The thin body twitched the corners of his mouth. When Jian Wushuang heard the words, he couldn't help shaking his head and stopped talking. What happened just now, it's really... I'm wrong. Little friend, you must not mind. In fact, I am still very easy to get along with. He continued, next, in order to redeem my mistake, I decided to protect my little friend throughout the process. No need. Jian Wushuang said quietly. The lean figure didn't know what to do with this sluggish guy, but soon he became smug again and fell several feet behind Jian Wushuang, following him slowly. And Jian Wushuang didn't bother to care about this, and continued to swoop into the depths of the void. The void is vast, and there is still a long way to go from the great sky. As he continued to advance in the void, he gradually let go of his vigilance and let his thin figure follow closely. Little friend, look at these countless heavenly planes. Do you have any thoughts? The thin figure waved his arms, pointed at countless planes like stars, and said, showing a faint smile. Jian Wushuang glanced at him but did not speak, and the thin figure didn't care about this and continued to think about it. From the perspective of this seat, everything is poor, but the 4 characters are enough to summarize. These 4 words are into the dust to be born. As soon as he said this, Jian Wushuang's figure was slightly startled, and then he recovered his calm look. Indeed, how can he be a mediocre person who can compete with his own swordsmanship under the galaxy sword intent? The skinny figure can see all his changes, and he can't help but smile. The little friend, how about I take you to the dust? This time, Jian Wushuang did not refuse. Yes. Then, let's get into the dust this time. The thin figure laughed, and then went ahead, and Jian Wushuang, who was about to go to the great sky, was also successfully led astray. The so-called immersion in the dust means to enter the mortal world and experience the most subtle breath. As far as Yu Yanxian is concerned, the mortal world is filthy, and its own powerful force is extremely easy to escape. Therefore, almost no evangelization will take a step into the world. But the thin figure is an exception. He doesn't care about his own luck and energy escape and enters the world. In the heavenly plane where there is no supreme truth, even sparse power to generate monks, 2 figures in plain gowns walked forward slowly. Of these 2 figures, one is Jian Wushuang and the other is thin. The bazaar is extremely prosperous and is made up of mortals who cannot control and perceive power. Jian Wushuang and his slender figure walked in the market, and although they had reduced their strength, the sense of being out of the dust still attracted a lot of attention. In the bustling crowd, the thin figure seemed quite comfortable. I didn't know where to find 2 cucumbers, and handed them to Jian Wushuang. After being turned down, he didn't care and started chewing. After I reached the height I wanted to reach, I stopped and went into the earthly world one after another to feel the slightest meaning of entering the dust. All the immortals have abandoned the world like a shoe, but I have a different feeling. The lifespans of these mortals are extremely short. At most 100 years is a reincarnation. I once sat on a mortal mountain and watched them reincarnate for thousands of generations. The loneliness of life and death made me feel a little touched. Speak out, you may not believe it. I can ascend to die an immortal. It has a lot to do with the world. Throwing Guardi on the ground casually, his thin figure looked at Jian Wushuang. But I always feel that I'm still a bit short of fire. He shrugged. Perhaps when I really understand it, that's when my avenue appears. Quietly listening to the heart of a dying immortal, Jian Wushuang said, that day may never appear, may only be in a thought. I hope that day will never come. The thin body smiled. By the way, I have known each other for so long, and I haven't asked your name yet. Jian Wushuang. I am Nanxian. After exchanging names, neither of them spoke and moved forward leisurely. The bazaar is prosperous without a word. Although there are not many pedestrians, Their eyes are warm and sincere at both of them. But soon, the pedestrians in the market began to rush forward in a hurry, as if to join in some excitement. Hurry up and go! Have you heard that an illusionist came from Fanbang? It is rumored that the illusion is so complete that you can change anything you want. Let's go and take a look. Accompanied by the noisy sound, nearly half of the pedestrians gathered forward. Jian Wushuang and Nan Xian were also carried forward by the crowd. In the end, the pedestrians gathered in the depths of the downtown area and finally stopped in front of a stall full of masks. In the center of this stall, a sloppy old man with white hair wearing a Taoist robe swayed from left to right with joy. As his figure shook, the bells tied around his waist made a crisp sound. Welcome to the spectators. The old way has been waiting for you for a long time, he said with a smile, then reached out and took off a white monkey mask on the shelf and then fell on the table. In an instant, a cloud of smoke came out of the white monkey mask, and then a white monkey with long arms and a white body sprang out from it. The crowd was in an uproar, and they were all surprised by this scene. It is an unthinkable thing to turn a dead thing into a living thing, but it actually happened right now. Like Wandao Sword Sovereign, please collect it. Wandao Sword Sovereign has the fastest update speed.